I welcome you to this session, and we are not going to waste time because we are already an hour late. So I want to welcome the first presenter. We're using 15 minutes for each presentation, and please keep within your range, but tell us as much as you can. So welcome, Dr. Kechimuli. We are waiting for your presentation on Mujaguzo, Royal Drum of Buganda Kingdom.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I'd like to share with you what we've been preparing, or what we are prepared for our presentation today, which is a product of a research that I'm carrying out with two other colleagues, funded by the Kyambogo University research grants. My co-PI is Mr. Javira Mugenyi, and the student beneficiary is Semuga Francis, a master's student, and he's present. I recognize you. Our research, Mujaguzo Royal Drum of Buganda Kingdom. We are recording chronicles of its origin, meaning making, and continuity. But for the sake of this summit, we are handling one aspect, which is dealing with the history and I'll begin by, carry on. This is not the right.
No.
This is not the right one. This is not the right. Could you put the right? This is not the right one. Begins by, I'll first ask, could we share the right slide, please? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. What is Mujaguzo? You may be asking yourself. The name Mujaguzo is derived from a Luganda action verb, jaguza, meaning to celebrate. Those of you who are well known with the language. The prefix mu, with an objectified verb, jaguza, establishes the name Mujaguzo. It's all about celebrations. We are interested in this from record. We have been studying, I use we because we're a team, indigenous knowledge, and our interest or focus has been more into Buganda as a region. And as the last research was more into royal regalia, and we thought we could delve, this drum led us to delve deeper into it, to identify the meanings, its origin, the meanings, and to see how the kings communicate to their subjects through it. So we are looking at this in Buganda. The drum is situated in Kabowa. There is a palace made for it, and there is a person looking after it called the name. There is a person identified in the kingdom to take care of this drum. So Mujaguzo royal drum is a set of royal drums. However, it is called Mujaguzo. There is no plural for it. It's a collection of many drums currently totaling to 300.
Wow.
It functions both as a cultural symbol and a political instrument. And it's a sacred object that embodies the spirit of kingship. I felt if I talk without giving you a visual, you would not mentally see what I'm talking about. You can see there are several, but it's one in pronunciation. We don't say drums, it's a drum. Several cultures in Africa have special drums dedicated for royal formations. I picked an example of Rwanda. It has that set, the Karinga, Nchimumujizi, Mpatsibihungu, and Chiragutse. Those are part of their royal drums. I picked on Burundi, which has the Karyenda drums, symbolizing the Mwami. The Mwami is their king. And I picked on the Venda people from South Africa, who have the Ngoma. These are the drums that can relate to Mujaguzo in use and royal. And in West Africa, the Ga people from Accra, Greater Accra region of Ghana, the drum is called Obonu. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Now, when I come down to us in East Africa, we're bringing it closer. In Ankole, we have, the king has the drum called Bajendana, and it's believed to have been instituted in the 16th century. Its meaning somehow also relates to Mujaguzo. Now, the central one, in those images, the middle one is Karyenda from Burundi, and then the last ones are the Ingoma from Rwanda. The pronunciations are key. A lot has been documented in light of Mujaguzo's role in the royal protocol, its significance in the royal structures of the kingdom. However, there is little about its origin and historical development. It started as one, they are now a set of 300, and different kings have contributed to it. Our current king has contributed 3 drums to it. So we're like, in that contribution, each drum has a meaning, that particular king attached to it. That's what we're trying to explore. The methodologies we're using a qualitative descriptive design because it is suitable for documenting cultural artifacts and their symbolic meanings. And it allows exploration of oral traditions, archival and lived practices without imposing external categories, as Evans supports. This was supported also by elements of historical methodologies, which prompt contextual, analytical, as well as deeper interpretation and explanation, rather than just facts and dates, supported by Howell and Previa. As we're exploring this, we looked into the histories. The art of making a drum started earlier in the first reign of Buganda, assumably by the Bachwezi or during King Buganda and Bemba Musota. King Buganda was the first king of Buganda. I'm not talking about Buganda as a region, I'm talking about that first king. And the known Mujaguzo started with 1 drum during Kabaka Chintu's reign in 12,000. That's the reason why we go back that far, because that's when it was instituted. Now, during that time, there was the king gave birth to twins, and he wanted to celebrate, to kujaguza. So in the process of celebrating his twins, in Uganda they say kuzina balongo. In the process of celebrating, that's how he instituted the Mujaguzo. And in the first time, because of its sound, it was called Kaulu Gumo. It was made by Omulangira Prince Sebuganda, the first son of Kabaka Chintu. this drum it's not only kept for its sound, there's a ritual attachment to it, which we dig deeper into identifying. So between 1230 and 1877, the drum had more than 300 drums. However, during Walugembe Mutesa, the King Mutesa, made a palace for it in Kabowa, and this place still exists. And that's where we have visited and collected some of this information. Now, in 1969, Obote government raided and destroyed these drums. So in 1993, with the advent of King Ronald, they were restored and they assumed their role, and he added on to these drums. And at every coronation, the last coronation, he added 3. The previous, he had added 3. And these have survived to date. They survived the destruction. Those that survived, he added on to, and that's how we come to the 300 drums. But it is called a drum. I hope I'm clear on that. So we are hoping this study records the origin and history of how Mujaguzo evolved, and that it provides deeper meaning and enhances elements of identity. It supports cultural preservation. It sets a contextual understanding of traditional and contemporary society dynamics, and informs local and international policies on legalities of documenting indigenous knowledge. And we believe in academia, we are bridging the gap, going back, bridging worlds. We are bridging the Gen Z with our indigenous knowledge. The drums are there, but how many know how they came to be and their purpose and the meaning attached to it? So we recommend that integrating Mujaguzo's heritage into culture education and digitizing this information may provide knowledge for posterity, for the next coming generations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kechimuri, and thank you for observing time. That was excellent. Our next presenter is Dr. Catherine. Caroline. Caroline.
that ensure that all the doctoral supervisors, especially in Eastern Africa, are trained, but also with content that is authentic, content that speaks to the problems of Africa, rather than the kind of information we would get from the global north and try to work with it. It didn't seem to work much. So the background, this particular presentation, now that it is an ongoing project, serves to give a detailed explanation on the project's rationale, its theoretical foundations, and its operational blueprint. Now, this particular presentation posits that the traditional model of importing ready-made, externally developed supervisory training is insufficient and lacks local realities. The realities within our universities are so different than maybe particular realities in Europe or the US. If we got training materials probably from Europe or UK, let me use UK, then it might not speak to what we have in our African universities. And so it is with this that EastPac, and I want to read the full of EastPac. It's an acronym, and EastPac means E for empowering, academic supervision training in Eastern Africa, sparking potential, advancing research and knowledge. So that's an acronym, it's not there, for EastPac. That is why we have the SPAC, with the hyphen at the SPAC. So that at that SPAC, it means that we are sparking potential, advancing research and knowledge. One of the things about our African universities is that it is true we are short of the supervisors. But the fact is that we have potential. Most universities have graduate programs, and it means that there is potential. Another problem is that funding is going down for the PhD students to go outside countries like before. And so we must meet the same quality others give. So the training aims to build a sustainable, localized, and empowered community of practice that seeks to address a fundamental constraint in the region's higher education development trajectory, just like I've said. So the methodology, I've just cut short of most of it, but the methodology here is designed as a participatory action research project embracing a collaborative and interactive methodology structure across 4 integrated work packages to be executed within 24-month period. I think we are at our 12th month period. And this structure ensures ownership by the partner institutions. So we are a number of institutions. It is a consortium, and we have 5 East African countries. In Kenya, we have Moi University, which is in Eldoret. We have Daystar University, which is actually a Christian-based university in Kenya, and then we have my university, USIU, which is secular and comes with also some bit of the American system. And then in Uganda, we have Makerere University, and that is why we are also here, Kyambogo University. In Malawi, we have 2 members from Kamuzu University of Health Sciences. In Tanzania, we have Muzumbe University. And in Zimbabwe, we brought in Zimbabwe. We have a member who, at the time we were beginning, was at Marondera University, but now has changed to a university called Midlands. And then we have a European partner that is where we are getting our funding from, because you know also the realities of our African states. And so we are getting from a partner at Vienna and based in University of Vienna. So one of the key, what brings us together, in other words, how did we find ourselves together, is that we all did a 6-month training online training, though we are also invited to go there at for a doctoral training that is funded by CREST in Stellenbosch and DRD, that is a German funder. So we were trained. But apart from, what is different about this is that this one we had to pay for it. The 6-month training, we had to pay. This is a training that was done to around 35 countries. The only issue is that if you couldn't afford to pay, then it meant that you couldn't get any kind of training. So that was also a limitation that ISPAC wishes to address, the issue of finance. So by getting funding, it also means that this is an open access. Eventually, it's going to be open access material for anyone who would wish to. Now, the work packages I've talked about ensures that every partner is able to be held accountable, but also we get that ownership that we need. So even if we have the Austrian government coming in terms of University of Vienna, it does not mean they own it. It is our project. And the work packages have been put in a way that we are able to work to work in unison or collaboratively. So the first work package is management and coordination that is led by University of Vienna, which serves as the project's operational backbone. And this one deals with all financial structures, all operative structures, and any kind of travels and all that. It's just the backbone, and ensuring that we have the Gantt charts that ensures the actual timelines. We have work package 2, and this is course development, coordinating of the course development in the central collaborative intervention. This is co-led by University of Vienna and Moy University. And here is to ensure that all the pilot studies are done and all the material is done. And what we are doing with the material is that we are generating our own material. So ensuring that we are able to sit. We have 7-day workshops where we sit and gather material as a team. So we have already met in Kenya, all the partners, and for 7 days, we worked on the material that we are now doing the pilot study. Our next meeting will be in Uganda. That is in March, to also continue refining the work. Then we have the third work package that is ensuring quality and evaluation, which is under Kyambogo University, that is Dr. Emmanuel. And here is to ensure that we are able to improve on the material through the pilot study and ensure that all the material is of good quality. And then the fourth one is dissemination of and exploitation, led by Desta University, that ensures the project's impact and sustainability is beyond the immediate consortium, to ensure that the website now eventually runs, and every person who wishes to access the material then is able to access the material, and ensures that the material is well coordinated. Now, now that the project is ongoing, we still are collecting data and feedback through the pilot trainings that we've done, and we are planning eventually, this is our next step to do a thematic analysis to see the common challenges, the successes, areas of improvement that we continue getting. Now, what is our project's output, or what our immediate is to ensure that we have a comprehensive and open access doctoral materials, including, and this is what eventually we want, including the syllabus, the facilitator guides, because this is it's a training of trainers. And so we have facilitator guides, we have slides, we have case studies, handouts, but what is most important for us, it is tailored for to suit the East African context. We have looked within our universities and we feel this is what we need, this is what we can handle, these are our challenges, and this is how we want to move forward. So we are hoping that a cohort of around 160 facilitators, and these are also trainers. That means we have 160 trainers who can continue training within our universities so that we are able to deliver high quality training independently. We don't need to wait for others to come and do it for us. The anticipated outcomes is improved supervisory competence. So many times we hear stories of those who did their PhDs or masters outside our African countries, and they have good stories to tell. We also want those good stories from our own students who have had experiences within our African universities. We want to hear that they were supervised well, that their dissertations were of high quality, that they had good experiences. And we also want to hear that the supervisors were good to them. We want to hear that if the doctoral program takes 3 years, they took 3 years and not 10 years. That is the story we want to hear from our universities. We want to ensure there is to mitigate the brain drain, that when one goes to the UK, they don't come back. We want to retain our own and ensure that all these good stories are told. We want to also, we anticipate to initiate a cultural shift within partner institutions, fostering a recognition of supervision as a complex skill requiring professional development rather than an automatic privilege. We want to communicate and have, get supervisors who know this is done professionally. And the long-term impact goals, the ultimate goal of the project is to facilitate measurable improvements in doctoral education metrics, specifically increased completion rates, as I was saying, quality of doctoral thesis, subsequent publications. For the longest time, our African journals and publications are quoted as predatory, many. And we want to also change the narrative. We want to tell our African stories, our African researches in our African journal too. We want them to have impact so that somebody from maybe Germany wants to read an African journal that is of quality and that is credible, yeah, rather than all the time looking for the others. The problem sometimes with publishing, say, in an American journal is that we are second language speakers. And most of the time you get reviews telling you that your sentences it's not understandable. You have to, you have good content, but the language doesn't seem to align. And so we are hoping that this can strengthen also our publications and channel out credible research papers. Achieve also sustainable capacity by embedding the training programs into staff development structures of the partner universities so that this is now sustainable, and rather than maybe having to pay fee that maybe we are not able to afford even as universities. So beyond the initial partners, the goals encompass the scalability of EastPac model across the region through advocacy and dissemination, and the potential to influence national and institutional policies towards mandatory certification of ongoing development of doctoral supervisors. So to conclude, now the East Park project, we believe, represents a critical and timely and innovative intervention in the evolving landscape of doctoral education in Eastern Africa. If successful, East Park has the potential to trigger a ripple effect across regions of higher education sector. And by improving the quality of doctoral supervision, it can directly contribute to higher completion rates, more timely graduations, and better quality research, and in turn strengthen the overall academic force that we so require within that. So I think that is it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Caroline. I gave you just a bit of time to conclude because this
board. Then for the waist circumference, we had a tape that we're using. And then also for other socio-demographic and socio-economic characteristics, we had a questionnaire interview. These are the key variables. As I said, we had body fat, total body fat, abdominal fat, and then waist circumference. And then for the independent variables, we had age, gender, the program, the year, the year of study, residence, marital status, religion, sponsorship, among others, and physical activity. Then we categorized the body fat into different categories, whether the student was under fat, healthy, over fat, or obese. And we had cutoff points that we're using. We did the same thing for abdominal fat. There is what they call a healthy abdominal fat. And then beyond 12 millimeters, the cutoff point says that you have excessive abdominal fat. The same thing for waist circumference. These are the characteristics of our respondents. The majority were females. The majority were between 18 and 23 years of age. Of course, these are university students. The majority were single, and the majority were Catholic. Yesterday, I was looking at this, and I was like, okay. Followed by the Anglican. I really thought that the Anglicans would be more. I don't know why, but because I'm Anglican, me and Dr. Mtunji, so we always think we are very many, but at the university, that's not the case. Majority of our students were in year one. We had to make sure that we get year ones because it was going to be a retrospective study. Because we had to follow them up, so we tried to steer away from the finalists, because we had actually hoped to follow up these students for as long as possible, maybe even 3 years if COVID didn't come. Then the majority were from the Bachelor of Hotel and Institutional Catering, and then the second category was from my department. I come from the Department of Nutritional Science and Dietetics, and that department was purposively selected, because we wanted to have to make sure that we could be able to have a sample that we could follow up very easily. Majority were staying in a halls of residence, and Dr. Mtunji, I think you're going to be surprised that 24% were actually staying in rentals. I didn't know that many of our students stay in rentals, and then 24% are still staying with their students. And then majority were being sponsored by their parents. The government only sponsored 13%. What did we find? This is one of our most interesting findings. The total body fat percentage. When we talk about the total body fat percentage, that machine, the tool that we have, it sends an electric current through your body and it looks for the fat all over, wherever it is deposited. So this total fat is the fat everywhere, from the head to the stomach. So just think of it as the masavu, the total masavu that you have in your body. And what did we find? We found that majority of the students, but I actually can't say majority, but it was 47%, 47 are the ones that had a healthy total body fat percentage. Then we had 36 that were high, they had a category of fat percentage which is categorized as being high. And then we also had the under fat. And later on, if I had time, I would tell you that some of these under fat were mainly from birth. I don't know why they had many of them, very lean girls. You'd see a girl and she's very, very skinny, almost falling. But those were 16%. And now we see what we call the double burden of malnutrition, whereby we have students who are over fat coexisting with those who are too lean. But then, of course, it's really showing us that there is kind of a shift in dietary habits and lifestyle, because we should not be seeing this high fat percentage amongst university students. This is something that would have expected to be among other age categories. This is the same here. Then we try to look at, so how did the total body fat percentage vary within and across semesters? Ladies and gentlemen, remember that I mentioned that the first semester, the semester one when we did the study was a semester two. And it's the one that we sit down. The total body fat percentage started at about 25, it dipped, then it went on increasing. If you can look at the curve is going up. So from the time, for 3 weeks it is down, it is at that level, it dips. This is about the 8th week. I'm told that 3 minutes. I'm told that by the 8th week, the students' money is almost finished. So then they begin eating commando and high-fat things. So the curve goes up. By the time we came to the second semester, which was now a semester one, they were coming from home. Look where the body fat is. The curve is higher. Remember, this is the same student who are following up. The same curve down is the same student up. That is total body fat percentage. I have very little time, so I'll go over this. This one I've already explained. We observed significant increases in total body fat consistently. Every time we would come to measure the students, the total body fat would be. And it means that there is something about the students' diet and the lifestyle which is shifting and making them to gain this fat. Then when we looked at abdominal fat was okay. This is the fat around the abdomen. It was okay. So it means that the fat is being distributed all over the body, not around the waist, which is the problem. Because abdominal obesity, abdominal fat is linked with the cardiovascular diseases and especially diabetes. But this one was okay, which is a very good result. Let me go to... I think this one I've already said before, that the abdominal fat didn't vary a lot. Waist circumference. Ladies and gentlemen, there is what we call a healthy waist circumference. Then at a certain waist circumference, we have what they call a low risk waist circumference, increased risk, and a substantially increased risk. Increased risk of what? Of the cardiovascular diseases. And this is, we found that at least it was low. Most of our students didn't have the large waist circumference, and unfortunately, we know that they are working towards it becoming bigger when they begin working. 1 minute. I'll tell you something. Just if you give me 2 minutes, I'll tell you why. The determinants. What were the determinants? We measured the physical activity of the students, because this is one of the key determinants of nutritional status and body fat distribution. And we found that the majority of our students don't participate in vigorous intensive physical activity. The mean number of days per week when they do physical activity was 1 day. Only 1 day of the week do you get a student doing some kind of physical activity. And then those who worked for more than 10 minutes, well, we had a slightly higher percentage, 59%. And the majority had a physical activity which is classified as low. We had a questionnaire in which we would ask them the different kinds of physical activity that they do. So let me go down. Yeah, this is really like the summary. I'll go down to the summary. Physical activity was the strongest determinant, emphasizing the need for designed environmental routines to promote daily movement. We actually found that the only physical activity most of our students do is walking. But any other intentional physical activity, they don't do. And then some of the recommendations that we have is that we need to design active campuses with the walkable, movement-friendly spaces, which I know one of these days they are there. And also we need recreational corridors in the study areas to make sure that the students are very active. And also we need embedded activity in learning, maybe have short active breaks so that the students can be more physically active. And then the last one, which I really hope can be a take-home from this conference, is that we need to design programs that are going to help the students with their nutrition. Madam Chair, I'm about to finish, but we are really hoping that if we could partner with the Department of Design, so that there are many visual cues, menu designs, labels. When they go to the canteen, they can have good optimal choices. I've not been able to report the result on the diets, but we actually found that most of our students were subsisting a lot on high sugar, high fat diets, because they are more satisfying. A student would rather take a soda because it is satisfying, they'll stay satisfied for a longer time, or they would rather take a Rolex than to eat an ordinary meal that would be more nutritious. So these are some of the things, maybe if we had messages around the university, encouraging the students to come up with good diets, maybe that would be very good. Thank you so much once again for listening to me, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Namayengo. I hope people will have to talk to you about that design aspect in camera after this. The next presenter is Rina Bigira.
Good morning, everyone. By names of Bigira Rina Blessing, I'm a master's student. I'm a master's student at Kyambogo University.
Can you speak through the microphone, please?
And by names of Bigira Rina Blessing, I'm a master's student at Kyambogo University. Finalist. This paper, I'm writing this paper with Mr. Wiza Mayanja, and it was inspired by some of the findings from my master's research, which talks, I'm a fashion designer. So I'm trying to create garments for groom's identification at Kwanjula ceremony, that the Senga can use to identify the groom at a Kwanjula ceremony. So one of the questions that I kept getting during my data collection, my participants were all willing to participate in the production, wearing, and the other activities, but they all had this question. They were all asking me, and I'm forwarding the question to you people. Can artists, more so textile designers, be able to fully explore the use of backcloth in the production of their contemporary, in the production of their artifacts and designs without eroding its culture and significant meaning, mostly for cultural ceremonies, like for their Kwanjula ceremonies? Can they use the backcloth right without eroding its culture and symbolic meaning? Backcloth is an unwoven material that predates weaving, Backcloth is an unwoven material, one of East Africa and Uganda's #1 oldest and most significant indigenous textile, made from the bark of a mutuba tree. Mutuba tree is the tree where we get our backcloth. The mutuba trees are many. They have different names. The backcloth types are gotten from different mutuba trees. We have a tree which produces Entakire, Dundu, Entesa, Chirunji, Ensika. That Ensika, most of my participants, most of the producers, gave me information that it is only used for making garments for the Kabaka, not even its subordinates, but for the Kabaka alone. So this information, even when I was using the backcloth in production of other textiles, I had to make sure that I am able to be with the information so as not to misuse this type of fabric for other. Can I have help here? The laptop is it's not moving.
Do you have an image? Just go ahead.
No, I don't have an image.
If you don't have an image, go ahead.
In the 18th century, Kabaka directed, it has started moving, the cursor isn't moving. In the 18th century, the Kabaka directed every household to be able to cultivate and use backcloth in production of their garments. It was mostly used for culture, in the production of garments for their cultural events or even their cultural practices, not only production of their garments. These events were like their birth events, their marriages, their enthronements, then their funeral rites. Then in the 19th and 20th century, because of the influence that was influence from the trade from the Arabs and the British colonialists, the use of backcloth declined, and these people encouraged more of cotton they encouraged use of cotton, and also introduced synthetic materials. So most people, Africans, most of Ugandans, were tempted to use those synthetic materials as compared to using the backcloth. In fact, more than 115,000 trees of Mutuba tree were destroyed during the World War I. But in the 1990s, with the restoration of the Kabaka from exile, many people, backcloth's use was further flourished, and many people began using the backcloth. Even with the UNESCO recognizing backcloth as a heritage material in 2005, encouraged the use of backcloth more. Backcloth is a symbol of cultural solidarity, and this was displayed during the 1950s when Kabaka Mutesa had been exiled. Most of his subordinates put on the backcloth to show their loyalty to their Kabaka. The gap that I identified as I was doing my master's research was many people had some information about backcloth, but most of the information was within the people, but it wasn't documented. So I saw a need to document the different classifications and topologies of backcloth while associating them with their cultural, symbolic and traditional practices in which they use the backcloth. So that's how we came up with this topic, which says threads of identification, textile topologies, and cultural relevancy of backcloth in design and visual culture. Backcloth is not only used in Uganda or in East Africa, and the different people in Uganda and East Africa have different names for their backcloth. And most of them use them for different, it is used for different functions and ceremonies in the different regions in the different regions of Uganda and outside Uganda. And this backcloth is a material that competes favorably with the other woven materials, such as the Kente material of Ghana, then the Adele of the Adele from Nigeria, because they both help in expressing people's status, identity, and spiritual authority. This was cited by Mark in 1989 and Veni Nakazibwe in 2005 and 2011. I used a qualitative ethnographic research approach using narrative as my data analysis method. I used a sample of 14 participants who included women and men, and they were purposively sampled. The participants included the backcloth producers, the cultural elders, the traders, and consumers. Data was collected using in-depth interviews and participant observation. Findings that we got from our research was that backcloth can be classified using different physical characteristics, such as its texture, its thickness, and its surface finish, which are determined by the age of the tree. With the age of the tree, most of the participants said that a tree that has been in existence for more than 3 to 5 years is old enough to produce high quality backcloth. Then the one that is produced during the rainy season produces better backcloth. And also the intended use of the backcloth can determine the texture of the backcloth. If it's for doing artwork, maybe as a canvas for artwork, the backcloth has to be thicker compared to the one for production of garments. Then the production techniques, which include the soaking and beating in the method of doing the backcloth, of making the backcloth, can also determine the physical characteristics of the backcloth. In traditional practices, backcloth is used in royal ceremonies. They are supposed to use high quality backcloth, because most of the participants were saying when you're going to attend a Kwanjula or a function at the royal family, you cannot take poor quality backcloth. It shows disrespect to the elders and to the Kabaka. I had talked of the Ensika backcloth. This type of backcloth is gotten from a tree. It's gotten from the aerial roots of the tree of a mutuba. And when it is old enough, it is harvested, and this is the only backcloth that is supposed to be used for the Kabaka's garments, or the Kabaka's garments. Then, in funerals, most of my participants mentioned that they use a type of backcloth called entesa to silence the ghosts. They say that when the dead person is wrapped in that type of backcloth, it will help to silence the ghosts. They can use any other, but it should also be part of the backcloth in that ceremony. Then in marriage, some people use it as bride price, the groom's family, or they could put it on as they come to the bride's family to show respect of the bride's family, to show respect to the bride's family and the ancestors of the bride. Then in initiation ceremonies, while welcoming twins into the culture, they are placed on the backcloth so that they can be welcomed by the ancestors. When a widow has lost her husband during the mourning ceremony, he's supposed to keep tied in the backcloth. This helps to cleanse her and take away all the calamity she has. Then water that has been soaked in backcloth was believed to have healing components, which is diseases like ulcers, skin rash, and skin irritations. They also believe that when wounds are rubbed with water from the backcloth, like circumcision, when you've gotten a circumcision, it can help to heal the wounds quickly and faster. This research concluded that the findings in this research stress that there is need to document and preserve backcloth topologies, their culture and significant relevancy, to support artists and maintain the production of the skill, because if no one is using it, no one will want to produce it. The study emphasized that preserving backcloth is not only for safeguarding the material as an object, but it also helps to maintain the social culture and symbolic knowledge so that it can be carried on to the next generation. As I conclude, I would... Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rina. I don't know, somebody should have given you some water. Anyway, yeah, you can take your seat, please. Our next presenter is Patience Kote. Are you around? Is Kote here? Okay, we move on to Arjuna Isaac.
Good morning. I'm called Arjuna Isaac from Kyambogo, and my research is about the cover looks blank. Okay, thank you. Yes. I'm passionate about design, I'm passionate about youth and technology, and my research looks at focusing on the youth and how we can use design and technology to help them. And my paper is about from sex appeal ads to social impact, gamifying sexual appeal attributes for health awareness among Gen Zs in Uganda. So, what do we, when we talk about sex appeal, what do we mean? in terms of advertising. It means it's a marketing strategy that utilizes sexual imagery, suggestive themes, or alluring presentation to attract consumers' attention and influence their purchasing behavior. So I'm looking at how these attributes are being used to lure them into consumerism, but we are not utilizing them into behavioral change campaigns. So according to Richard and Lawrence, sex appeal remains a predominant and potent technique in modern advertising. So to capture attention and persuade audiences through evoked emotions and arousal. So sex appeal attributes are extensively utilized for commercial gain. It is more used in commercial gains. It is more used in selling products, different products. So the very attributes remain largely unexplored as tools for promoting public health and social welfare among the Gen Z. When we talk about Gen Zs, these are people that are born between 1998 to 2010. So thus the study looks at deconstructing these elements of sexual appeal in the Ugandan context and leveraging them through an engaging framework that can serve as a powerful tool harnessed for public good. So the background. Still, Uganda continues to grapple with significant public health challenges that disproportionately affect young people. Most young people in Uganda are facing a challenge of high alcohol consumption, illicit use of drugs, especially in schools, in universities, and this is a great concern to the Ugandan people. It's a great concern to parents. And when you look at the public awareness campaigns that have been done, they have relied on advertising appeals like rational appeal. This is an appeal that focuses on the logos, which is about reasoning and logic. They showcase graphic images of illness or death, authoritative top-down messaging, like using experts or authorities telling the youth what not to do or what to do, like just say no. Yet Gen Zs perceive these as lectures. They don't like to be lectured or preachy. They take them to be like, this is a sermon, or scaremongering content this has created a massive communication gap, and this is what the study is looking at. How can we bridge this gap through better communication ways? Methodology it's a qualitative approach, was adopted to gain a deep insight into the perception and experiences of stakeholders. Purposive sampling was used to recruit key informants, and these key informants included marketeers, it included designers, game developers, it also included counselors, health practitioners, and NGOs that are involved in helping the youth. Also, in-depth interviews and focus group discussions guides focused on analyzing the persuasive content, perceptions of sexual appeal in adverts and its effective components, as well as understanding the visual and creative execution of appealing content. Through this, a systematic observational analysis was used, and this involved the use of AEO that looks at environment, it looks at the objects, it looks at the interaction, it looks at the users as well. And the primary focus was on billboards, TVs, social media, posters. This was conducted to identify the visual and linguistic patterns through the use of that framework that I have talked about. So, what were the results? I identified that attributes of sexual appeal are provocative imagery, there is slang, there is trendy language, there is inspirational lifestyle that can be repurposed to convey critical health messages. Very important also that we need, something that we need to pay attention is about their culture, the Gen Z culture, how they use language, how they use connotations, how they have used slang to modify their culture and to speak to their lives. Then emotional design, which is a game, was important in this process to consciously engage users on an effective level. affective levels, sorry. That is fun, interactive, and educational, and culturally familiar. So the use of sex appeal attributes in a game format did not merely sugarcoat a serious message, it created a protected psychological space for experimentation and hold conversations. So moving away from preachy environment or preachy guidance to the Gen Zs, instead they prefer a protected psychological space and allow themselves to experiment and hold conversations. And this was channeled through the use of the game. Okay, that is the sample of the game, some of the images. I also came with the printed part of it. Maybe those who would love to try it out, we will get some time. What is my conclusion? The conclusion of the study is that this study demonstrates that the persuasive power of sex appeal advertising is not an immutable force for commerce alone. By deconstructing its engaging attributes and thoughtfully repurposing them through a gamified environment, emotionally designed intervention, we can effectively meet the Gen Zs where they are. Then the second one is that the Freak Squad game. Why the name the Freak Squad game? This was picked from the Gen Z's language because culturally the study had to relate with their language and the slang being part of the sex appeal attributes. Serves as a potent model for how creativity, cultural insight, and public health imperatives can converge to foster a generation that is not only aware of the risks, but is empowered to make positive choices for themselves and their communities. And the game looked at the level of self-reflection. My time is done. Okay. The game looked at the level of self-reflection where participants had to think critically about their own choices and as well the awareness of risky behaviors, that is increase in knowledge and consciousness recognition of the risks associated with different issues that were highlighted like alcohol abuse, increase in HIV AIDS among the youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Isaac. I don't know how you're dealing with the word sex and culture and people's perspectives, but you will tell us later. The next presenter is Peter Agole. Is Wilson Okaka here? Who is the partner with can we have the next or? Oh, okay. So we've missed 2 presenters out of 6. And I think we are good to go with the discussion and question and answer session. And then we break off for tea. So I'm asking the presenters to come forward so that we can answer questions from our listeners. I will allow, since you are 4, I will allow maybe, can you please come forward? Yeah. Presenters, please, we are trying to beat time. Members who have questions, we are not going according to the order of presentation, but you can give or ask a question to any of our participants. Yes. Questions and comments, please, and yeah, are welcome. We shall take, I think, 6 of these. So Dr. Professor Sahil and Yoran, and then Dr. Wycliffe. Any other person?
Rina. Hi.
Okay.
I love the idea of your paper, by the way. Seriously, I'm very interested in the material itself. My husband is a paper maker, And whenever I'm coming to Uganda, he's asking for me to just dig for the paper. Okay? What was found, it's just an added comment. What was found in the
drum set was reinstated. There are now 300 drums. So where did those 300 drums come from? And does that mean that the current drums were they were put together in 1993 and not 1200s? So please clarify that. Then to the lady who I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. The research, I think, points to economic factors. So can you please just shine a light on economic factors? The nutrition and dieting for students is mostly based on, I think it's influenced by the economy, not on need and what. So please clarify or shine your light on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I also have some reflections. First to Dr. John. As I said, they are just reflections. I was just reflecting in your presentation, Doctor. I was wondering what are the cultural protocols, okay, surrounding the use of this Mujaguzo royal drum, and how did you maneuver with such protocols? Because I want to think touching that drum from the way you have explained is not a joking subject, as the saying goes. So how did you maneuver the protocols, maybe as part of methodology? And then Rina, you did it. So I was just reflecting also about your presentation. Why back growth? Why back growth? And you have already heard from Prof here, it is one of the important things, but I would like to know from your perspective, out of the other textile typologies, why did you choose back growth? The other one was connected to, I was curious if you subscribe to the Baganda culture. Do you? That one you can tell me yes or no. Okay. Question reserved then. Because you are articulating these issues as if you are really planted some of this back growth. So anyway, now I understand. Okay. The Jay-Z gentleman. Why Jay-Z? Is it Jay-Z? Something like that. And I was just asking myself, because you said these are born 1998, 2018. 2010, yes. So, thank you for correction. Why did you choose this category? And who are the other Jay-Zs? Are they in Uganda or somewhere? Then you talked about the vowels. Is it vowels? No, let me be specific. You said A, E, I, O, U framework. I felt like you needed to say something a little bit about more to educate maybe some of us, because it is very important. We could have more questions. The Freak Squad game. Does this belong? I guess your study belongs to design. Your study belongs to design. Are you a graphic designer? Okay. I saw from that game you had something like shoot your shot. Unfortunately, of course, I think because of time, it didn't allow you to take us through the entire design process. But I was just curious, what do you mean? Shoot your shot. Okay? And the Freak Squad, you say this relates to the disease language. And maybe you could also say something more about that. Thank you.
Those two.
Thank you, dear presenters. I really want to appreciate your presentations. and I have few things I really want to contribute, or maybe to have some clarification. If I start with Dr. Joan, he talked of 300 drums. This one added 3. This one added what? I'm wondering why do kings add drums? What makes them add 2 or 3 or 4? You have said the current king has added already a number of them. What is the significance of adding those drums? And if the kings have been adding drums from the 17th century, and how many kings has Buganda have, and now how many drums? Are they kept all displayed from the left and the right? Are there those that have come, Judas Iscariot, and excluded? How they determine that these ones go on the left or on the right? How are they arranged? If you enter that house, I'm imagining 300 drums alone are many, but what is happening with those drums and why they keep on adding on? And maybe another one was that the one of Ankole is Vajendanwa, NWA, not NA Vajendana, it's Vajendanwa. They move with it. It was done by Wamara. Then when I come to faith, you talked of the body fat, or the abdominal fat, waist fat, and I was wondering, who had more body fat in terms of sex? Male students or female students? Or your study was just on female students? And were these students that you are talking about that have increased their body weight, did you disaggregate them according to tribes? Because there are tribes who are generally born with big body weight. There are those who are really born with. So is genes also a fact of that? Then the other one is, did you take note? Of course, you said in the third week, 8th week, when the food has the pocket money has reduced, then it starts going up. What about when there's pocket money, they are still with it, and they are eating cafe javas? Won't it also make it go up, or cafe javas is healthy, and then when they go to Chikamando, does that one also now start telling us that homemade is dangerous, and the one who is done in those people who are not homemade in brackets is the one which is fine? Is it healthy food? Because students eat those things, when they have. I was thinking that when the money gets finished, the body weight goes down. But then, of course, now they take more oil, as you explained, but there is when they are eating those. So we need to know. It would be good if we also know what happens. But also there is another aspect that maybe is important. Whose body weight? Are they the first years that get the change, or the third years? Because I have a feeling that the third years have either started knowing what to do, or they have gotten these other friends and they can eat well on those places. So I think that would also be very important for us to know. Then I also was, for Caroline, I was trying to find out, though it's my paper and you, but also I think I was trying to maybe for the people to know that this program, once the curriculum, once it is approved, come March next year, is going to be in the Creative Commons. Maybe you need to shed more light on that to know that people will be able to access it and use it. Thank you.
Can we have two more? But please keep it short because we are running out of time.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions for about 4 people, starting with Caroline, Doctor. Who is going to approve this program? And then Dr. Namyomba, why religion? And what did you find out? Was it the Catholics who were healthy or the Protestants? And then Rina, we had a colleague, she has retired, but she was transferring her dead, okay, the people who, her ancestors, from one place to reburied in another place. Because where they were buried, I think there was a toilet. And she found out that they were still intact. More so those who were buried in the backcloth. And you're telling us about backcloth and the you know, the rituals and what have you. So I wanted to find out, did you find out what is in the backcloth that preserves these people? Because she found them intact. And then Dr. Kemrimu, Johan, I was wondering, you said they could be very many drums, 300, but they would still say it is a drum. Why? Thank you.
Anyway,
The last one.
can I say something? Oh.
Hello everyone. My question goes to Rina about the backcloth. Religiously, we find some people that who are anti-backcloth who say these backcloths are for Manyaba Sezi or what. So how are we going to deal with that? Yes, since you've said it's for Kwanjula. So introduction, yes. And imagine that this is a Muslim introduction or it's a Catholic or what. And these people say, logo wachi. So how are we going to deal with that? Thank you.
I just want to throw some light on Mujaguzo. Mujaguzo is a king.
She's going to answer.
You answer, no problem. Another.
Thank you very much. Mine goes to Professor Sahel when she talked about finding a backcloth in the Egyptian tombs. As I was analyzing secondary data about the Batwa, the Pygmies in the Central African part of Africa, I realized the Batwa came with backcloth. They used it to make backcloth some many years ago. And I found out that those Pygmies used to trade backcloth with Egyptians. They talked about it and they said they were even good dancers. So I still think that backcloth was in Egypt because maybe of the Batwa, the Pygmies, who used to work on it. Yes, that's what I think. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have responses, please?
Thank you. Thank you. The reference to Mujaguzo as one, if you took note, I'm talking about the king. That's why it is still referred to as Mujaguzo. There is only one king and the reign of only one king. We don't have more than one king in Buganda at a time. Dr. Mtunji, we are scoping and recording key events that led to the evolution of Mujaguzo, starting with when it started, by King Buganda, and how King Chintu comes in to celebrate the birth of his twins. Then we go to King Tebandeke, who evoked the spiritual aspect of Mujaguzo in 15,000. Then we evolved to Mutesa I in the 1884, who dedicated land for its story. Then the current introduction of Buganda Bumu by King Ronald Mwenda Mutebi in 1993. So we are recording key events that led to its evolution. What is the other question? Let me go back to your questions. I read them. What are the cultural protocols surrounding these drums? How did you maneuver? To carry out research in a Buganda, you must go through the kingdom. They have offices. We sought that and we used the rec. And there is a caretaker where these drums are kept in Kawoa. Kaula, he's referred to as Kaula. Last time the name had gone. He is the one we are interacting with, and he is our gate man, connecting us to the other key people in the kingdom to give us this information. Yes, they were destroyed because of the war, but not all. So when we see them being reinstated, those that remained were reconstructed. Then the king also brought in every event that increases their number is connected to a particular king, and we generate that meaning. This is a research that is ongoing, and it's a 2025 funded. We are so far still looking into the histories. We have not yet concluded. We are still collecting more information. Why do they add drums? I think that's what I've answered. From 17, how are they arranged? This is Dr. Mtunji. Thank you for correcting me about Bajendana. Bajendanwa. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm more of a Muganda than a Mnyakore. So that I will take note of that. Their arrangement, we have not yet gone in the house. They have not yet given us permission to enter. We might, hopefully, if we are still using archival research, and we are still using oral interviews with these people we are interacting with, those who are charged and who are giving us the story. We know most of these indigenous knowledges in Buganda are kept orally because they are passed on from one person to another. Hierarchy, they have hierarchy, and that's what we are following.
Rina?
Dr. Wycliffe asked me why backcloth. As a textile designer, I've used very many different materials to make different textiles. And I thought I could also use a sustainable material to incorporate in my work. So, and I thought that would be my contribution in the practice of production and usage of backcloth, which will help to cross generations from one generation to another. Because when it is constantly used, even the young generation will get to know about it with time. Then she asked me what in backcloth keeps people intact when they are buried. What keeps people intact? I will do more research about that. For now, I'm also not certain. Then, how will I take away the scare of backcloth? Yes, many people believe it is something used for cultural events, but what is wrong with using it for contemporary use or for any other use? So as a textile designer, that is why I'm coming in. And I chose Baganda specifically so that, because many people in Uganda associate it with Baganda, using it for burials and what. So if the practice of using it for other formal dress codes begins with them, even the other people will see that there is no scare about it, because the same people that are using it for this function are using it for a different function. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions that I have received. The first one that I received was from a gentleman there who was asking about, for my comment on issues of economics. There are many factors that affect food choice, and definitely issues of affordability are very, very important. There are issues of individual differences, but also from a nutritional point of view, the health aspects of food are very, very important. But from our focus group discussions, we actually found that for the students, issues of affordability were very, very important, because the students kept, they really say they are, what do they say, unemployed youths, eh? Yeah, they don't have money. So yes, issues of economics are very, very important, and the students, they really would rather spend less and get more calories. That's why I was mentioning that for things like lunchtime, they would rather take a soda than take a juice, or they would rather take a Chicomando, because a Rolex, or the donuts, those are high fat and they are high energy, and it will keep them like satisfied for a much longer time. So yes, the issues of economics are very, very important as far as food choice is concerned for the university students. Prof. Motonji asked whether we found out who gained more total body fat, and actually it is total body fat, not body weight. This was the Masavu, yes. And incidentally, we found it was the males. It was the males, and I think because they really want the quick fixes, they don't want to cook. So I think the ladies are more likely to prepare their meals, and then, because once the home prepared meals are normally more healthier. You'll probably have a carbohydrate, a protein, and some vegetables. But the males normally will go for the, you call it what? The Rolex, the donut, the commando, which are usually high fat, because for them they are looking for satiety. They are looking for satisfaction rather than what? So their body fat really shot up a lot compared to the ladies. And but for the waist circumference, much as it was more or less stable, we found that we had more ladies who had a high risk waist circumference, especially the ladies who had given birth. Although there were, our sample had very few ladies who had given birth, but those who had given birth had high waist circumference, which is classified as being at risk. Unfortunately, we didn't look at the issue of tribes. It is not variables that we looked for. And then you asked about that we're looking at issues of affordability and the timing in the semester when the money is when the pocket money is depleted. What about those whose money never gets depleted and they just eat KFC? Their total body fat will definitely go up. It will go up, there's no question about it. And the only difference is that, of course, the students choose what is in their neighborhoods. Our students here, we don't have KFC. They eat the common things which are found here. And fortunately, KFC is not one of them. But they eat a lot of sausages, and they also eat a lot of chips. We found that from the focus group discussions. Finally, the issue of year, yes, we recorded the year of study, but we didn't analyze it. We were hoping that if we had continued with this study, we had a cohort of year ones that we were hoping to follow up, and we were hoping that the trends would show up with time and see, does it change as they progress with the university. But unfortunately, COVID-19 affected our study. Then somebody asked me, why religion? Religion is one of those very unique identifiers for individuals, and normally it affects food choice. So it's one of those characteristics that, and it's also normally very easy to when you're collecting data, it's very easy for you to collect. And yes, we analyzed it. Unfortunately or fortunately, we found no no significant difference between total body fat or any of the other parameters as far as the different religions were concerned. Thank you so much.
Okay. The first question was why Gen Z? Yes, these are the people who have just joined the university or are planning to join the university, and they are into a life where now they know they don't have much control. I mean, people to control them now. They are exploring what is outside there. You're at campus, you're staying in a hostel, you have the key, you can choose when to open, to go, and when to come back, and they are exploring life, and they need to be conscious about life. That is why I went for Gen Z. Then another question was about, are there other generations? Yes, we have baby boomers. Those are from 1946. Then we have also generational X, we have millennials, then Gen Z that I focused on. Then we also have the Alpha generation, which is the current one, though not yet. I think they are still looking at the name, but as per now, they are called Generation Alpha. Then another question was about why, yes, Freak Squad. Yes, the study explored different words that millennials use that relate with them, and one of the key words that came out relating with the emotional appeal, which is one of them that is sex appeal, it was the freak. Freak meaning relating to being attractive, because the word had to relate with the advertising appeal. So, and looking at what the language they use, saying your shoe is on fleek, your shirt is on fleek, your hair is on fleek. So that means the attractiveness of how you look or what you're putting on. That is what cut it. And the word squad is that Gen Zs love to be in groups. They love to be in groups. They love to do things in groups. That is why the word squad was added. Then shoot your shot. Yes, this is also still back to the language and how they encourage each other. What are some of the words that they use? Shoot your shot is one of the ways of encouraging you to do something. It's daring you. They say, go, shoot your shot, or words like, yeah, it's giving, meaning that there's an energy that is coming from your side, or the work is giving, the conference is giving, there's an energy that they are picking. Many slogans were tested, and the ones that were used were important. Then the shot also related with the game, shooting. So that is another one, I think. Yeah, that is. Okay, the AEOIU framework, why that? It involves activities. It looked at what are some of the activities that these people engage in. Then engagement, how do they engage them? If it's an event and you've invited millennials, how do you keep them engaged? So it was looking at the videos, the shows, the events that are organized for them. Then it also looked at the object. Yes, what are some of the objects? Or maybe it could be, let's say they are launching a product, you find their games, you find their challenges, you find they have created an environment like a beach. So looking at the different objects that are used. Then the interactions, how do they interact? Of course, now the users now turned out to be the Gen Zs. Thank you very much. Yes, they are acronyms. A stands for activities. E stands for environment. Sorry, it's environment. Then O stands for objects. Then I stands for interaction. Then U stands for users.
Okay, probably you might have a conversation later. Yeah. So this material that is going to be disseminated, it's free, and it's going to be at the website, and it's usable because it will come in with guides and the syllabus and different kinds of notes. So the material will be ready, but in March we'll meet to continue looking at the quality, and based on the feedback that we've gotten out of the first pilot, then we are going to use it to refine the material there is. Who is going to approve? We have an advisory board that is in place. There are 3, and they are from different countries. We have one from Stellenbosch representing Africa. And these are professors experienced in doctoral studies. We have one from UK and another one from Austria. And all these are experienced professors in the field. And why we needed that diversity is to ensure that our studies, much as we are saying that they are tailored towards Eastern Africa, is that the quality meets the world, so that we also don't isolate ourselves with material that is not standard. And then after all the material is done, our funders through University of Vienna are actually, it's called Agency for Education and Internationalization. And finally, that is where the approval will come from. So we are not just doing with just ourselves, but we have a whole team that is behind us. Thank you.
I think ladies and gentlemen, I want to wrap up this session, and I would like to thank the presenters for, there's a spectrum of ideas that have come across, from the drums and their symbols through the backcloth and what it is all about and what it is used for. Maybe for the backcloth, we should know that our patent, as people who started the art, has been robbed by, I think, the Germans, and they've gone so far in creating a textile for different purposes, for car covers, for coats and dresses. But you have to look into that and see how you may be different. And Dr. Namayengo, regarding nutrition, I think it should be related also to the sex appeal and looking stylish, so that it's not about just watching the fat, but how do you appear in your nice dress when you are walking on the street. And for Dr. Caroline, I think this product or outcome of yours is very, very key, because as people were presenting would see, when it comes to methodology, they go into qualitative as a method, and we don't see the research design in there. So as you prepare this, what do you call it, handout or the material that we are going to use, you'll be able to specify and clarify all these items from so that the supervisors are able to understand what it all means and be able then to guide the students through. The person for Gen Z, I think you needed to specify the ages. When I took to my calculator, I found out that those of 19, you said 80 or 90, should be 27, and the lowest age is 15, and we wanted to know your age range that you're working within. I would like to thank you so much. I don't know if we have any wrap-up from the presenters. One sentence for from each one of you in relation to the theme of this summit. Please go ahead, and then we shall give you a clap at the end of your submission. I thank you.
Yeah, I think by us having different countries working on one common goal to ensure that we are able to sustain our doctoral studies and supervisions, we are able to build bridges.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, in the area of design, I think we still have a lot to work on, as well as to make sure that the competitiveness and the competencies of designs are explored fully, so that we are able to help or share spaces for conversations for the young people.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair. As far as nutrition is concerned, and for us to shape sustainable futures, I think we really need to be very intentional about the university students. We need to design feeding programs for them. We need to design adverts which are going to appeal to them to have healthier diets. We need to design physical activity programs, and I really feel like we can work very closely, the Department of Nutrition with the School of Design, to make sure that we use design as a way of promoting sustainable diets. Thank you.
Using backcloth as one of the sustainable materials we have, we can be able to bridge it from across generations, from one generation to another. Hence, collaborating with our theme of the summit.
Drawing from one of Professor's proverbs, we need to know where we're coming from to design where we're going. We need to be grounded in our indigenous knowledge to bridge it with the contemporary or current to design for our futures. I believe that will be how we are bridging the generations, using and shaping sustainable futures. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give one clap. We start by roar, 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 and thank you so much, our presenters. And thank you, Chairperson, for this.
Thank you, panel chair. Thank you, presenters. It has been a wonderful experience. Now we are going for break, tea, and I'm proposing that we start with the dean and our guests, followed by staff members, and then visitors, maybe to exhibitors, and then others will follow. Let's go for breakfast. Thank you.
The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform. Third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NAIRS, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by
session with an interesting heading, and we are looking at knowledge exchange in the new normal, where we are trying to enhance communication, inclusivity, accessibility in design knowledge sharing and collaboration. Our first presenter is Alfred Tuchirize, So I would request that you step forward so that we begin. Thank you. And meanwhile, Wilson Okaka should be preparing, followed by Arenaitwe Chizwechi, followed by, we had hoped to have an online presentation from Wanjiku, but it seems I failed to get in touch with her because I thought it would be around 2, and that's what I had communicated, but I've tried to communicate to her and she's not responding. So from there, we'll continue with the Joshua Tulinda, then Joseph Ruthmio, and then finally Kote. Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead. You have 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Twichiriz Alfred, and I'm a PhD student in the School of Art and Design. And my topic is teaching about adaptability in an era of rapid technological change, reimagining pedagogy in art education in Uganda. I'm writing this paper with Dr. Tsime Edwin Wycliffe. For a long time, Ugandan teaching methodologies have been plugged into traditional practices across all levels of education, and art and design has not been spared. It has been affected. This has potentially limited the incorporation of modern approaches and innovative practices, and it's on this basis that I opted for this topic, teaching adaptability in an era of rapid technological change, reimagining pedagogy in art education in Uganda. As there is a need to diversify from the traditional best methods to a hybrid kind of approach. Adaptability has therefore been identified as the only means through that can bridge the past, the present, and the future. It's okay. The background and rationale. The 21st century marks rapid technological transformation through AI, digital design, and virtual learning. Education systems now require adaptability, creativity, and resilience, and not just knowledge. Art education in Uganda stands at crossroads between indigenous artistic heritage and digital innovation. It is faced with challenges such as limited infrastructure, teacher preparedness, and examination curricula, among others. And therefore, the aim of this research is to explore how art education in Uganda can be reimagined through adaptive pedagogical practices that prepare learners for creative and professional resilience amid technological change. The research question is, how can adaptive pedagogy in Ugandan art education equip learners with creativity, flexibility, resilience, among others, in this digital era? The methodology. A qualitative research design was anchored in this systematic literature analysis because it explores how Ugandan art education can be reimagined through adaptive pedagogical practices responding to rapid technological change. It was a literature-based inquiry because it enables synthesize and interpret the existing research to produce conceptual and theoretical insights. The data sources were peer-reviewed journals, policy documents, institutional reports, and book chapters, where the databases included the Google Scholar, ERIC, Scopus, ResearchGate, and Justo. Then we have the adaptive pedagogical strategies. The key ones included the learner-centered pedagogy, which encourages inquiry, experimentation, and collaboration. Then we have interpretation of technology, where we use the use of design software, digital storytelling, and virtual studios that can possibly expand the creativity. Reflective practice is also considered, where we believe the learners can evaluate processes to build resilience and self-efficacy. Interdisciplinary learning, linking art to environment, culture, and community innovation. The findings, we have fusion of traditional and digital media. That is, we considered it as the way to go, such as backcross, pottery, and weaving, which can be reimagined through graphic design and 3D modeling. We also have, we believe that it can also enhance cultural identity while preparing learners for the global creative economy. Design resource constraints. Educators and learners can show innovation and resilience using local materials and digital platforms. Teacher training and policy support also remains crucial if the system is to be sustained. Those are the various images that helped in letting people know, understand better when if this adaptive is to be used. So we are saying adaptive pedagogy is essential and not optional. It should be compulsory in modern art education, and Uganda's art education can thrive by balancing tradition with innovation. Training of art educators should also put high on the list, digitally and through reflective teaching, where learners can get peer knowledge. The institutions also should support the system if the innovation is to be sustained. Then the key takeaway is adaptability for everyone. Is adaptability transforms art education from a static practice into a dynamic force for cultural preservation and global relevancy. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Oh, that's very timely. Thank you so much for that wonderful dispensation, and adapting to our own world is very important when we are looking at education. Oftentimes we pick some things from somewhere and we think they'll work for us. But then how about the history of computing? I didn't hear that. I wanted to hear something like abacus, because that was really adaptive and it could make things roll. So we now called for the next presenter, as I've lined up. This is Wilson Okaka, but it seems he's not around. Then we can go to Aranetwe. Thank you. If Aranetwe is not here, then we go to Joshua. Yeah, she has emerged. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Alnaitwe Nchizibwechi. Pursuing a PhD in art and industrial design in visual culture. I'm waiting for my slides, I've not yet seen.
ICT, Nchizibwechi.
Nchizibwechi Alnaitwe.
The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design, Kyambogo University, in line with the university's guiding principle of knowledge and skills for service. The event reflects Kyambogo University's commitment to delivering quality education and equipping students with the competencies needed to contribute meaningfully to society. This biennial summit features diverse knowledge-sharing platforms, including keynote addresses, paper presentations, graduate seminars, PhD and master's NERs, exhibitions, workshops, the design fireplace, an evening of dialogue and exchange. The UG Design Summit 2025 is a biennial collaborative platform dedicated to advancing the visibility and impact of design in Uganda. This is the third edition of the conference, building on the foundations laid by the Kampala International Design Conference, which was first held in 2015. This year's summit is hosted by the School of Art and Industrial Design.
Fabric, fashioning identity through the Banyankole bridal dress. The Banyankole are a Bantu speaking, a Bantu group of people from Western Uganda, and they are grouped into two, where we have, they were historically grouped into two, where we had the Bairu and the Bahima. The Bahima were the pastoralists or the cattle keepers, whereas the Bairu were the agriculturists. But as of now, both groups do rear the animals and do the agricultural activities. However, a cow of the Muhima is more treasured than that of a Mwiru. For the Bairu, they keep cattle. Most of them, they do it for commercial purposes. Whereas the Bahima, they treasure those animals. I would say they take them as their pets, and the only time they can give them away is when they are giving them out in form of bride price for their girls. The Banyankole have many cultural rituals, one of which is the marriage cultural function that happens. The marriage is a rite of passage where a girl is transforming into womanhood. And during that function, a number of activities happen. Cultural, sensitive activities are celebrated, are brought out, and the bride, who is the main celebrant, is dressed in a very decorated fabric and adorned with jewelry that speaks about the culture of the Banyankole. That used to happen historically or in the days back, but as of late, the functions, most of the activities that happen during those functions are now turning into the Western culture, and especially with the dressing of the bride, whereby the girls are now seeing many different kinds of fashion on Pinterest. They are seeing kinds of fashion from the current trends, and then they want to copy that and include it in their fashion as the brides. And so I saw that if this is really not addressed or given much importance, we might end up losing our cultural heritage, because the dress that they used to have historically, it had a lot of symbolism. It would talk about the identity of the Banyankole. The brides would be so proud of their culture, but now they dress themselves as, I would say, like a kind of show for people to see. Maybe they have put on an expensive fabric, and they want to be seen. It's like they're just decorating themselves for the sake of it and leaving culture behind. So that's why this article was, or this research was done, to look into our past and see how it was, and then try to reposition the bridal dress into the contemporary realm so that our identity is not completely lost. Methodology. A qualitative case study was done, and the participants included the elders, they included the brides who were grouped into two. I had those who have had their recent weddings, considering about 5 years back, and then those that are brides-to-be, those who are intending to have their marriages, and another group of participants included the local designers. The methods used were in-depth interviews, and then I also had photography, I had visual analysis, and archives, and also participant observation, whereby I had to attend some of these Okinjira functions or the giveaway functions and see what is going on, how the brides are being dressed, so that I understand what is happening as of late. And the data was analyzed thematically. In the findings, as I was discussing with the elders, I found out that historically, before the introduction of the fabrics, the Banyankole used to be dressed in hides or animal skins, which included those of the cows, the goats, and the sheep. And you would find that the males or the men would, for instance, use just the tail of a sheep to cover the front part of themselves, and the rest of the body would stay naked, and then they would go about their activities like that. Whereas the women would get the skin maybe of a cow, or if it's a young girl, they would get a skin of a goat, and then they wrap it around themselves. And if it was a bride, they would get about 2 skins, and they join them together, and they locally called that enchindi. And then they would wrap it on themselves and then adorn themselves. As you can see in the slides, the first picture is showing the gentlemen, how they used to dress. Then the next photo is also showing a woman who is wrapped in a enchindi and adorned with what we call a majugo, or the bells. And it has just gone off, but the second one had a bride who was wrapped in enchindi and then adorned with a lot of ornaments, whereby they used to cover the face or their hair with cowrie shells, with the plastic beads, which they called enkwanzi, and all those were very symbolic. For the men, the animals, they would treasure being dressed in the skins of their animals, because one elder was saying, we used to dress with the skin of our animals, and really we would feel so connected to them. And then the adornments, they would reflect the clans of the different groups of the Banyankole. The colors, they would be, mostly they used to be the earth colors, connecting them to their to their world, connecting them to their world. And those shades, they were earth tones where they had the beige, the browns, and then sometimes they would mix in the reds in the beads, symbolizing energy. The old women said those girls, they needed to have that energy for the marriage. And then also fertility, which the young girl was expected to have for the continuity. When the colonialists and the missionaries came in, I wanted you to have a look at those pictures, but they are refusing to stay. I don't know what has happened. So as the missionaries and the colonialists came in and started interacting with us, or the people of those days, they introduced fabrics, and that's where we have the fifth picture. If you can have a look at it, the lady dressed in a blue wrapper and covering the head. As I told you before, the woman, the woman who was dressed in enchindi had her face embellished, and then that's the second one who was standing, was wrapped in enchindi and then covering the face with what we call ekisingo kyenshoni in Runyankole. Ekisingo kyenshoni was symbolic. It is called a veil of shame. It was meant for the bride to the bride could not come out of the house to meet the in-laws, showing the face. Facing the in-laws face to face, she had to kind of cover the face as a sign of respect. Yeah. So when the clothes came in, still the Banyankole had to go on with that. They wrapped themselves in the traditional wear, which had a wrapper, a dress, a wrapper skirt, a dress, and then the throw over. And then they would throw it on the head and cover even the whole face. They would just leave the eyes to face where they were walking, and then be led to where they take their seats. And then the sixth picture, as the years went on, because from the first, where they were covering the face with 120 years back. Then about 100 years back, those clothes, when they were introduced, they would cover the face. Then about 80 years back, now the cloth was removed from the head and was wrapped over the shoulders. But now the whole face was revealed. And then as trends kept on changing, now even the shoulders were uncovered and the cloth is now wrapped over the shoulders. So I hope it now stays. So that's what I was telling you. If you can look at the fifth picture of the lady in a blue wrapper skirt, what we call chukoi, and in Runyankole, echitambi. Chukoi is for the Baganda, but for us in Ankole, we call it echitambi. That is how it all started, and then trends kept on changing. Now the face was revealed. The next picture, now even the whole head is being revealed. And then the following picture, the lady in yellow and red chikoi. Now, even the shoulders, part of the shoulders are being seen. And now the last picture is showing what is happening as of now, where even the fabrics, even the chikoi is no longer used, and the fabric is all new. The adornments used are all imported. The designs on the fabric and on the adornments, the motifs used, they all have nothing to speak about the Banyankole. They all have nothing to tell about the Banyankole. So after seeing all this kind of history and where we have come from, I decided that we shouldn't leave we shouldn't lose our history or our identity, and so I decided to come up with a design. I decided to come up with a design of the Banyankole bridal dress, which integrates our past with the current. Our past with the current or the contemporary designs, whereby I considered using I really wanted people to see this, but anyway, I considered using our traditional chitambi, which I've carried here. This is how it was. And the one which they started with originally, it was woven, it was hand woven. And all these patterns were put by hand, but I believe this one is now machine woven. But still, it brings out the real physical form of how it used to be. The Baganda used to put it in gomesi as a base, but for us, the Banyankole, they would wrap it down and it would show. And then the dress would be put on top and the suka thrown over, as I had said earlier. And so I borrowed ideas from this, and I was like, why don't we? Because we see this in the corporate designs as of now. I'm sure all of you have seen corporate dresses. Some people even put it in the bags. They put it everywhere. But I've not seen it in the traditional wear. Yet that's where it started from. So I was like, why can't we now include it there with this now modern fabric, the fabrics that they bring for us, the satins, the chiffon, and the lace. So I used it on a lace, a white lace, and I designed out a new outfit, which I've displayed down here in the exhibition. I hope most of you have seen it, if not all of you. And I came up with a new design that bridges the past into the future. That's what I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful presentation. I hope we can do something to the ICT. I don't know. Joshua, are you ready? I would wonder why in your writing you have Abanyankole with R and then Ankole with L. And then you mentioned two groups, but there is a very small group of Abakama where I belong. So you want to take me off Ankole? ICT, can you trace? I will restart the machine. Joshua Trinde. Joshua.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Joshua Tulinda. And stemming from last evening's discussion at the Choto, where we are talking about globalization. And one of the foundations of globalization is cultural awareness. I'm glad the presenter I'm following has talked about the Banyankole. Now let us go into far southwestern Uganda and we listen to the stories of the Bachiga, the Chiga folk tales. We've worked on this paper, myself with Dr. Emmanuel Mutunji and Professor Philip Kwesiga. And the theme of the paper is Safeguarding the Moral Universe, a narrative analysis of ethical values and cultural identity in the Chiga folktale of Nyabuchulela and Nyabwangu. The Bachiga, or the Chiga people, these are they are used synonymously. The Bachiga and the Chiga are the same. They all refer to the same group of people, have a vast number of folk tales which carried a lot of functions stemming from the moral values and other aspects which I'm going to uncover in this presentation today. The Chiga folk tales, which were narrated predominantly around the evening fires, were used as vessels of knowledge, ethics, and identity. And Chiga folk tales, which we refer to in our language as emigane, they nurture the moral fabric of the community in very many aspects. And globalization as well as digital media threaten traditional storytelling. One of the questions that has been on my mind lately is how for very many years in Africa, globalization has been one-way traffic. When we refer to the term globalization, we are muchly talking about the Western influence, yet we should pick up from that and we see how it can be a two-way traffic, also how we can affect the Western culture. And the paper focuses how the folk tale called Nyabuchurera and Nyabwangu preserves cultural identity and the moral values. This is not. I think it has started jumping again. I'll go to my hard copy. The literature review, when we look at the works of Pasco Bwankwe and Okoronko, they discuss how folktales embed communal ethics and societal ideals.
Yeah, the slide is back.
It has gone back? No, it's not. That's not my... When you go to Nigeria, a gentleman called Olubemi Gabriel discusses the Yoruba and Tiv folk tales as moral backbones of the communities in Nigeria. And in the Banyankole, Mutunji in 2020 talked about the story of the plebeians. I might not be very, very articulate when it comes to speaking Runyankole very well, but the story is literally translated as Kanzani Sempimba Zanzima Atalichimanya Kanyanga. I don't know if I've spoken that very, very well, but that particular folk tale promotes peace and responsibility. And therefore, Matiso in 2024 calls for revitalization of these folk tales through media, curricula, and communal programs. When I go to the methodology, the paper focused, this paper used narrative inquiry design that focuses on understanding human experiences through stories. And it was conducted in Kabale district where the Bachiga predominantly stay. It's one of the places because when we are talking about Bachiga, now a new district formed is called, there is a district called Rubanda, there is a district called, even some parts of Gwanda and neighboring places, they all are inhabited by the Bachiga people. Data was collected through in-depth interviews and story-telling sessions. And the participants were the Chiga cultural custodians who were contacted through the snowballing method because it is hard to know these people unless a known member refers you to another person who has knowledge of these Chiga cultural aspects such as folk tales. And thematic framework was used in data analysis. Now this is the folk tale. I'm going to first narrate it in Ruchiga, then I'll give you the translation in English. And when I say Mbagane, Mbagane, you shall reply and say Tebere. Mbagane, Mbaganire.
Tebere.
Obwakale na kale, akaba hari omushija yatasa omukazi. Bazara abana babishiki babiri. Omwana omwe owokubanza bamweta Nyawukirera. Omukuru, omuto bamweta Nyabwangu. Omukuru bakamweta Nyawukirera aho kugira ngo akabacuririra kutwazaje. Konka omuto bamweta Nyabwangu aho kugira ngo kanajabirira. Izoba rimwe nyina yabatuma ngo bagende baze kushenyengo. Kubagire kushenyengo baryo umuhanda babugana omukikuru ali munahengisiihwa. Nyabwangu habwo kujabirira yaikana shaba omukikuru ngo mukakareka nkuhingireho. Kuyashabira omukikuru atereka nkuhingireho. Omukikuru aho kugira ngo akayaruhire yamuherezihwa ngo amuyambe amuhingireho. Nyabwangu yakwatihwa. Yatandika kuhinga. Aho kugira ngo akajabirire yari henda. Konko mukikuru nigihwa limwe liyabira yine akatine kindi kintu cyona cyo kuhingisa. Yashasha yagambira abana ati nimutyoka kumpereza ihwa ryanje abo kwa niryo na nyine nigihwa nyine ryo kuhingisa ati nyine kindi cyo kuhingisa. Abana bazaho bashobegwa. Kubabire bajyo bakushobegwa Nyabucurera yashama ati kankutware omukikuru mbutwarire omuka umutwaro muka tata na mawe baronde cyo kumukorera. Bagenda bazomuka kuba ikiromuka omukikuru yashobora abazire ba Nyabwangu na Nyabucurere cyabaho. Nyina yabuza Nyabucurera ati ibi byona byabaho dinkahe. Nyabucurera nawe yashobore byabire byabaho. Kuba herize nyina akabaye akafuni akuyabira hingisa kale. Yagenda yakaronda katwecire yakahereza omukikuru. Kuyakaheriza omukikuru, omukikuru yasima kweze kusima yagambira abazire ba Nyabwangu na Nyabucurera ngo bahane Nyabwangu areke kujabirira abenka mukuru we Nyabucurera omumitwarize. Now this is the translation in English which I'm just going to go through very quickly. Long ago there were two people, a man and a woman, and they gave birth to two children. One was called Nyabwangu, another one was called Nyabucurera. Nyabucurera had the character of being calm and patient, whereas Nyabwangu had the character of being hasty and impulsive in her actions. So one time their mother sent them to go and collect firewood. And when they are moving, they meet an old woman who was digging using a thorn. And that's the only tool she had when it comes to digging. So because of the impulsive nature of Nyabwangu, she immediately asks the old woman, "Can I please help you?" And the old woman accepts and gives the young girl the thorn to dig. But because of her impulsive nature, she ends up breaking the only thorn which this old woman had. And the old woman had no option other than to ask the children to compensate for her thorn because she didn't have any other tool to use when it comes to digging. So Nyauchilera, after assessing the whole situation, she says, let us take this old woman back home so that my mother and father can find a solution for her. And they take the old woman back home. When they reach home, the old woman narrates the story of what has transpired to their parents, and they decided to compensate the old woman with some old hoe, a kafuni. It is an old hoe. When you've overused the hoe, it normally reduces in size. And at times even the handle is normally short. So they compensated the old woman with that kind of hoe. And she thanked the parents and told them to encourage the young girl called Nyabwangu to stop being impulsive and also emulate the character of the old sister. Now, through thematic analysis, 6 themes came out of this story. One is accountability and justice, which talks about wrongdoing has consequences for both individual and the community. And in discussion, I'm going to unpack that. Another theme is the role of women in moral instruction. Mothers and elders among the Bachiga are seen as ethical guides. Wisdom and patience as virtues, where calmness, restraint, and humility are valued among the Chiga people. Then communal accountability and social order, where the misdeeds are judged collectively. And another theme is transmission of indigenous knowledge, where we see that folk tales are seen as cultural repository for knowledge, values, and social expectations. And lastly is the aspect of communal accountability and social order. When I move to the discussion.
You have 2 minutes.
I'll summarize. The tale dramatizes justice, patience, and accountability. Nyabwangu's rashness versus Nyauchilera's restraint mirrors the broad African folktale moral binaries, as asserted by Mutunji 2020 and Rohiman 2024. When I talk about the moral binaries, I'm talking about the distinction between the good and the bad. The being rash and also being diligent in what you do. Those are binaries. Identity is constructed through positioning within communal values. The sisters' contrasting choices exemplifies Hall's view of identity as performance within cultural scripts, or what we can call the cultural standards. Then the tale's focus on sisters reflects how female figures act as cultural, moral life, custodians of moral life, aligning with Walandi in 2024, who emphasized that women are portrayed as primary moral educators among African societies. Then there is an aspect of collective accountability, where the family's restitution for Nyabwangu's misdeed underscores the communal justice principles, resonating with Butol in 2023, who talks about how folktales embed societal ethics. And lastly, wisdom and restraint as strength. Nyabwangu's calmness elevates patience as a moral ideal, parallel to the Yoruba and Tiv tales, where restraint ensures survival and societal approval. In conclusion, folktales are living instruments of identity and morality. Nyabuchurera and Nyabwangu folktale embody justice, patience, and personal as well as community responsibility. And the storytelling preserves indigenous knowledge. And lastly, folktales act as cultural anchors amidst globalization. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Can we have Kote? I assume Kote will be the last one, so unless otherwise. Is there any other present? By which name? Okay. After that, we'll have a city. I didn't have the name here.
As the media team is working on me, my name is Kote Patience, and the paper I'm presenting, I worked with it with Dr. Mtunji Emmanuel, and it's the efficiency Okay, thank you so much. The presenters, Kote Patience and Emmanuel Mutunji. Patience Kote and Emmanuel Mutunji. My title is The Efficiency of Three-Dimensional Textile Sculptures as Sensory Learning Tools for Children with Autism, a case study from Uganda. Introduction. Autism is a childhood developmental disorder characterized by multiple social, behavior, and communication difficulties. That's Aliami et al., 2022. And one of the multiple challenges affecting these children is hypersensitivity. So they are hypersensitive to a lot of things. It could be light, it could be touch, it's a lot. It could be noise. They're hypersensitive. And Uzaman and Cho, that name, 2012, say that hypersensitivity is a broad term used to describe an excessive and pathogenic immune response to either foreign or self-antigens. Now, like when we go back to science, I think remember chromosomes, yeah? It's to some researchers, it's hereditary. To others, it can be got from like the environment. Yeah. Similarly, sensory hypersensitivity in autism involves exaggerated neural responses to stimuli such as texture and color, which 3D crochet sculptures could address. Because remember, they're hypersensitive. Some of them are hypersensitive to touch. So when, unfortunately, I don't have a demonstration or something, but some of the, when you go to autism centers, you'll see some of the toys that they have. Most of them are rubber, but you'll see that they have some texture around it, a rough kind of texture. So if a child has that, it probably could calm them down. Yes. I don't know if I've explained that better. I hope I have. According to Al Makbul 2020, the use of colors in learning environments, in the learning environment of children with autism, is a partial requirement that should be considered, because there are some colors that are not really favorable for them, and then there are those colors that actually pull them. Because I think this is a sensory room. It's a sensory room. I covered one of the children. Like you can see the colors. There's blue. There is that gold-ish. I don't know if it's coming out properly, but it's sort of gold yellow, something like that. Then red. Yeah, when you go to learning autism centers, you'll also realize that they run into those colors, some of those colors. There's also pink. Unfortunately, it's not there. Even the umbrella, there's an umbrella of autism. Background. Oh my goodness. Yes, before we go, this is crochet sculpture provides a soft texture, a soft surface for the children to touch or squeeze. Some of them squeeze, some of them. Now, that demonstration there, okay, let me just explain a little of science. GABA it's gamma aminobutyric acid is something that usually we all have. It helps in behavior. It helps in behavior, like, and memory. It helps in memorization. It helps in behavior. And it's something, if it's a lot, or if it's a lot, the child will be very hypersensitive. If it's less, the child will be hypersensitive. That's where you see memory loss or anxiety, things like that. So you find that if the child has a lot, Some will have medication. We have gamma-aminobutyric acid. They'll get medication for these things. But then I was thinking as a researcher that there's another way that we could avoid taking medication if a child is very hypersensitive. Crochet sculpture actually addresses this. So you see that there's reduced GABA. So the emotional engagement, crochet sculpture helps in emotional engagement of the child. It helps in emotional engagement. So you see the child is sad on this other side, and then there's this one with the texture trying to, you see, the smile has been gained back from, yes. I don't know if that's
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay, in China, according to Deng et al. 2024, the use of sensory material plays an important role in art therapy. And then in South Africa, Bobin Dube Mesa, that name, 2023, says that children with autism struggle more with sensory integration and are more prone to hypersensitivity compared to their peers, and they need to regulate their sensory input to prevent feeling overwhelmed in order to balance gamma-aminobutyric acid, which I think I have just explained, for normal brain functioning. Most children with autism have high levels of gamma-aminobutyric acid, which results to cognitive impairments and memory problems. In Uganda, according to Nagasha, 2023, therapists mentioned that according to her findings, therapists mentioned that seeking early intervention while the child is still young or in that golden age gives all possibilities to eliminate symptoms, although there's no guarantee. They usually experience relapse, administrative or other challenges. Crochet sculpture can also be used in intervening sensitivity in these children. Yes, the methodology we used qualitative ethnographic approach, and then we used the case study of Goodwill Special Needs Demonstration Academy. Ethnographic research plays a big role in informing beyond the design of products, i.e. understanding the depth, viewing and evaluating of the findings about the research projects, which I used. So I went to Goodwill Special Needs and I spent some good months there studying the children as well. And these are the sensory textile sculptures that I managed to produce. And yes, the results, the findings reveal that children with autism have perceptions of various colors, just like other peers. Like each and every one of us has their particular colors that we are attached to. Yes, now like me personally, I love green. I'm attached to green. And however, due to their experience, of course it's due to the experiences that they have, because each child has a story of their color. And if you read through some of the research, there's a book called The Eighth Color, you would see that it's not really about, yes, it's not really about the color, but there's a story attached to it. The findings also confirmed that crochet sculpture can reduce anxiety among children with autism. We had a demonstration in that picture, so though I covered the faces. And the one in front was like very sad. Then the doll, he actually loved the one. This is the texture patterns of the work. Yeah. In conclusion, integrating 3D crochet sculptures into learning environment of these children with autism can bridge a gap left by conventional learning aids. This study highlights the importance of developing and implementing specialized educational tools that cater to the sensory and learning needs for children with autism, ensuring a more inclusive and effective educational experience.
Thank you, Kote. Yeah. Yeah, can we have Asete? ICT, can you line Asete's presentation?
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Francis Asete. We've been in the West for a long time, so let's get on the YY coach and go to the East part of the country. As the ICT team works to restore our visuals, because we have to pray that the technology helps us, because this is going to be a visual journey. My topic of this paper is functional sculpture for cultural continuity in Iteso traditional marriage ceremonies. Now, up until the 1950s, the Iteso were using a traditional musical instrument called a kogo as a solo instrument. So people would play the instrument as they are going on long journeys to accompany them. And then the herdsmen would also use this instrument to give them company in the bush. And there are unconfirmed stories that the melodies produced by this musical instrument could even calm down their animals. In the 1950s, the young Iteso men who were working in the sugar plantations of Madvani came in contact with the Congolese, who interestingly were also using a version of the instrument, and they were playing it in a different style as a band. So the young people adopted the band style of playing the instrument to accompany, actually to create music that later on got to be called as, to create a dance that later on got to be called as the Akogo dance, which primarily was a courtship dance. It's ironical that between the 1950s and about 1986, Akogo was an instrument for young people. And yet today, young people think it's for the old. This instrument played a very big role in Teso, in uniting communities, in creating dialogue, in entertaining them. until a tragic event occurred in 1987 when the Karamojong raided Teso, the biggest raid I think ever recorded in this country. Very many Teso were killed. Many were pushed into camps. Some of them relocated permanently until now. And then when Teso now began to feel that the government of Uganda had betrayed them, they started a rebellion, which got to be known as the Uganda People's Army, which ran from 1987 up to 1992. And then when government managed to negotiate, because this rebel group couldn't be defeated, government had to negotiate with them. Many of the young people who were in the rebellion joined the Uganda, actually the NRA, the National Resistance Army. And then soon after, Kon also starts terrorizing Teso, and people were left in camps. During that period, the Teso lost their material culture. They lost interest in the things they used to do. The craftsmen died, others relocated, and so the indigenous apprenticeship systems got disrupted. And the instrument which was playing a very big role in enabling marriages or marriage unions now was relegated to the past. As peace returned, now came modernization. And radio cassettes, which when I was growing up were only owned by soldiers, became new symbols of progress. And then came guitars, came keyboards, and then came digital music tools. And that became a problem for the culture of the Teso. The question we are answering today is, if this instrument played a very big role in social rituals or in rituals and social functions of the Teso, especially marriage, how do we reimagine this instrument through sculpture so that its role is not only preserved but is promoted for the future generations? And the researcher, who is myself in this case, who was greatly guided by Dr. Mutunji, came with a number of innovations that resulted into the creation of functional sculptural works which are used, or which we hope to use as marriage tools. And these cover a range of entry arches, the walkway, the gazebo, the photo booth, the chairs, the tables, and we created even a certificate frame. Now, how important are these? Today's marriages have been greatly diluted in terms of their cultural depth because we are mostly adopting the Western aesthetics. And so the entry arches, which in the traditional Teso were simply leaves or branches of trees, they would be the ones that would be put at the gate as visitors enter. Now we have fabricated arches that bear designs that have no meaning in the Teso culture. And so, like I said, we hope technology helps us because this was supposed to be a visual journey. So we created an entry arch, which is basically a combination of the different elements of Akogo. And the concept is that as we are struggling to revive the role of Akogo as a musical instrument, we want to make sure that we communicate how deep and how relevant its role is in inviting people for a monumental activity, a monumental event like marriage, which we know has a potential of changing the trajectory of a person's life. And as you enter the ceremony through the arch, you have appreciated the beauty of Akogo and the role of Akogo. And then you walk into the walkway. The walkway is a tapestry of different elements of Akogo, which eventually lead you to the central piece of this composition, and that is the gazebo. Thank you. This is the instrument that we call Akogo, and this instrument is not exclusive to the Teso sub-region. Iteso have a version of it which is very specific. In my paper, you will see the differences between the Akogo of the Iteso and the variants of a similar instrument of other cultures, in terms of design, in terms of process, and in terms of the components. Can move to the next slide. Okay. The people you see dancing there, we are now able to see this because the Iteso Cultural Union decided to organize almost annual events that are called the Akogo Festival as one way of trying to bring back the relevance of this instrument. And you can see the people who are there. You can see those young ladies. The young ladies are there not just dancing to the tune, but also to show the potential suitors that we are here. Our waists are soft enough. We can be potential wives. ICT team?
It is you to move.
Okay. Yeah, they are. Good. The picture that we see there is of the artist working on one of the pieces. Now I decided to use the design-based research approach because it enabled design, reflection, and refinement of these ideas so that we are able to blend innovation but not run away from their cultural meaning. And to inform this research, we had to pick our participants purposively. We needed elders so that we stay in touch with the cultural meaning. We needed the craftsmen so that we don't create something which doesn't relate with the original. We had to have potential couples because these objects that I am creating are meant to be used by them. So the question was, is there acceptability from this group of people? And then there is the fourth group, and those are the event organizers. They helped to inform how the setup of the whole composition was so that it helps meaning to be created. And the picture that we see there is of the full composition of the sculptural setup. And we are going to break it one by one. What we see is an entry arch. The one on the left is a snapshot of the entry arch as you enter. And immediately after it, you walk through the walkway, which is just a tapestry of Akogo elements and components. And that is the gazebo that I talked about. This is the central piece. This is a place where the couple is blessed. It is meant to be elevated, supposed to be higher than the rest of the pieces because this is a consecrated ground. It is very sacred. It is in this place that these people assume new roles, that they are given new responsibilities, that their status in society changes as responsible people. And marriage was one of the tickets for you to be put in clan leadership. I was lucky to be elected as a secretary for my clan 2 weeks after my marriage in my absence. And we have the photo booth. The picture on the left is two components of one photo booth put together. And what you see on top is the structure of Akogo. What you see below is actually Akogo laterally cut. But these are not meant to be left like that. They're supposed to sit on the flanks of the gazebo. And how important are they? These are places where we create memories. Pictures are taken in this place. So besides akogo just serving as a musical instrument, it becomes an object that creates memory for the couple and reminds them that we work together and we must stay in this however hard it is. And then we have the bridal throne, or what we call the love seat. The Iteso accept polygamy. Yes. But we also believe that whether your marriage is polygamous or it is monogamous, the decisions in your family rely on the two of you. And that's why you see the partitions there too. And the table there shows you that at whatever point you must be able to share but also accept to receive advice when people come to you. What we see on the right-hand side is a composition of one concept of a table with the chairs. Chairs are very significant in Teso, and I want to tell you that I think we are the most hospitable tribe in this country.
Where?
Yes, I can make that claim. Because in Teso, once we receive a new person who can't speak our language, we switch to English. Because we don't want you to feel out of place. We don't want you to think that we are backbiting. And so, in the Iteso culture, chairs must not be kept in the house. They must be left on the veranda, so that even if a visitor comes and finds that you are not at home, he sits there as he waits for you, because chances are that you've just gone to take care of the goats or the cows, and you'll return. And the table there becomes a space for dialogue. That's why the chairs are arranged like that. So akogo becomes a tool for dialogue, as previous researchers like Oron have indicated. We continue to other concepts of the same, of the chairs and the tables. And then lastly, the Iteso Cultural Union, knowing that the Emorimor is a very busy person, mandated clan leaders. And which clan leaders are we talking about? The clan heads of the bride's clan to issue a certificate of marriage to the new couple. And this is given after confirming that all the requirements of the marriage have been met, which means you've paid the bride price, you'd be issued with this certificate. So, how would I not create a sculpture that this special document, this very important document that affirms the unity of these two families and these two people, is not created using akogo, which originally was perhaps very instrumental in bringing the two together. As I conclude, there is overwhelming evidence that sculpture has a very big potential in reinterpreting how we view cultural artifacts. And these artifacts become a bridge between tradition and modernity. As we all know, culture evolves, and so should their artifacts. The meaning can be retained, but how people view should also have an impact on how they are created. There is proof that through these sculptures, there has been community engagement. These sculptures foster a lot of dialogue between the old and the young. And it's a demonstration that tradition can coexist with modernity without conflict through innovation. As long as we continue to innovate, culture has a potential to transcend generations. And this places the African artist at the center of cultural continuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asete. I understand there is the last presenter. I don't know his name. I don't know what he's going to present. Yeah.
Good afternoon. All protocol observed. My name is Semuga Francis. I'm an interior designer. I'm here to take you through a research paper that stems from a research by Dr. Joan Kechimli, where I'm a co-researcher, and my role in that research is to interpret the Mujaguzo royal drum as a framework for contemporary interior design. My interest in this research stems from why we, as artists, we don't have traditional heritage and design within our modern interiors right now. From my previous discussants here, the presenters, we see that we have a less meaning of how tradition is being involved within the different spaces that we occupy nowadays. So just a brief background, a brief introduction about my work. Mujaguzo, like discussed earlier, is a king. And we understand that in Buganda Kingdom, we have the Kabaka in material, in the human nature, and then we have the Mujaguzo to interpret the spiritual nature of the kingdom. So my goal for this research is not to reproduce the sacred drum, as we understand that Mujaguzo is a king, but to abstract its symbolic and functional elements, the aesthetics that come with the Mujaguzo, into elements that can inform our designs for contemporary interior design. So historically, we see the Mujaguzo being reintroduced or re-seen within the enthronement of the Kabaka when the Kabaka passes on, because in Buganda, Kabaka Tafa. Then on other ceremonies, like discussed earlier. But in contemporary times, we see that most of different artists right now, for example, my colleague, Francis, who has just discussed his work, we are going back to tradition to interpret and come up with how can tradition influence our indigenous heritage within our creative minds, and try to come up with new designs to see how we can revive these different practices through modern creative practices as artists. Through this research, I've come to find that the integration of Mujaguzo-inspired elements in interior design will serve both aesthetic and philosophical purposes to assert cultural identity and tradition, modernity, into intangible heritage in our interiors. This research was informed by, it draws from semiotic theory, which helps us understand signification of different elements from our traditions. Then also the constructive theory that emphasizes meaning making of traditional elements, like Mujaguzo being an insignia in Buganda. Those two informed the research. The design was a qualitative and a practice-based approach, where you blend within, you look at the meaning, you look at the symbols, and then also delve into the studio to see how these symbols and elements can be reinterpreted. The participants are the custodian and other people that are in the Rubiri at Kabowa Rubaga, where we find the Mujaguzo, because Mujaguzo, being that it is a king, like we understand, has its own palace where we find this information. The data was collected through visual observation, interviews, archival, and from our discussion with my senior, Dr. Joan. This research is still continuing, so most of the information that we collected is still archival, and then the studio, which my role here is to take you through. So we see that the elements that were interpreted from the Mujaguzo, we see symbols, and these symbols are creating function. So with the symbolic functions of the Mujaguzo reinterpreted, the sovereignty because of the kingship, continuity through all the times that we see the Mujaguzo being displayed or being utilized within the different formations where the Kabaka is, the enthronement, succession, and the different events that the Kabaka comes on. Then we have the unity. Mujaguzo gukunganya ngawe tugamba mu Buganda webagukuba Kabaka wagukuba. So the cultural interpretation there. Then the design translation principles are those balanced on hierarchy, emphasis, circular geometry. These are coming from continuity. And through these, being that Mujaguzo Kabaka, and I'm utilizing abstraction, not designing the Mujaguzo, most of the design concepts that are coming through the reinterpretation, things or elements that we can utilize within our interior that can signify or uplift who and what the Mujaguzo represents. So in that sense, I decided to come up with wall mountings that can show or can continue to praise who the Kabaka is in terms of the spiritual nature of the Mujaguzo. So I have one called the Echoes of Mujaguzo. The second installation is the Pulse of Unity, which will represent tools that are used within or as the Kabaka plays the Mujaguzo. And the third one will be a short visual documentary, and this one I named it Resonance, coming from why a Mujaguzo is becoming important within, or why the Mujaguzo is important within the Buganda heritage and our design field, coming in as interior design. So the resonant heritage, the short visual documentary, will show the making, the storage, the meaningness of the Mujaguzo, and then the studio documentation on how we are bridging cultural history with the two mixed media installations that I've come up with. And the visuals you have are some of the studio works that are being inspired by the main. In the Mujaguzo, tuyinamu engoma ze tuyita enkulu, the ones that are played by Kabaka, those ones that are majorly focused on. So we see the meaning making from them and what they can represent within our interiors. In conclusion, the Mjaguzo functions as the voice of the Kabaka within Buganda. Its symbolic attributes, the rhythm, the material culture, the circularity within the Mjaguzo can help influence design ideas that an interior designer like me can utilize to live with it. And we find that there has been little or no documentation on how we can utilize traditional heritage instruments or insignias, in this case the Mjaguzo, to influence design or creative thinking within our interior designers, being that most of what we have, the interior elements I mean the furniture that we have, the wall hangings and others, are being got from modern Western influences. So ultimately, the study concludes that design of modern ritual meaning making can act as cultural legitimization, and designers can engage heritage with sensitivity and come up with new creative designs that we can reimagine in a space like interior design. Thank you.
Thank you, Semuga. That is our last presentation, and I would like to now to invite the panel, the members of the panel to sit. We are going to make it quick so that we don't run out of our energies. And also, I will only request maybe only six comments, questions. We looked at teaching adaptability and the way we can reimagine our history. Then we also looked at going beyond the fabric, which at times we've taken as an identity. The third one was about safeguarding our moral, using the historical philosophy of Proverbs and the Bachiga. He didn't tell you that I illustrated those Proverbs when I was young, when I was starting to teach at the university, way back in 1988. The efficiency, then we look at the efficiency of the 3D textile sculptures as a way of assisting our people who have challenges with our environment and with their health. Then the Akogo, I thought he would play it for us. We'll let someone come and pass on these mics so that we can, it's now on, yeah, thank you. Can give one also to the public. They will quickly kind of show us what it is. Now, what I do, I will just go straight to the questions and answers. Thank you. Any questions, comments? You need to press it, yeah?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me? All right. Yeah. So I want to appreciate the presenters right from the first presentation, irrespective of the technological hiccups. I think points were taken, even those who did not have chance to showcase. Arine Itoi's presentation was fascinating, and that's where I want to start, because I had already seen some of these products in the exhibition, and we had a discussion. I was wondering these are reflections as well, where are we heading with trends in fashion of the Banyankore traditional wear, what you are calling the bridal dress? And how far will your research findings go to curb this you have called dynamic trend? Because if I remember the images, at least that we saw, it looks like the brides keep taking off parts from the head covered. Currently we are seeing the shoulders. I was wondering what will be happening by 2060. Maybe there will be, I just need you to talk to us about that and what your research can do. It's very interesting. Yes. And Koti, I'm happy again that I see you presenting this project. I have a simple question, because this is very interesting, and I'm happy to have followed it up. Textured, colored 3D play materials, which help to reduce this hypertension thing as you were presenting. I was wondering why. Did you find out why the colors, the texture, or if that was not part of your research, maybe you could reflect a little bit about it. The Akogo man. Francis, today you have surprised me. That was fascinating. I think the question I have here, we had a presentation yesterday. It's actually not a question. As you are presenting all these nice, ideas, what came to my mind was, and I will just read it verbatim, have you protected your innovation? I'm talking about the issue of intellectual property. Because yesterday, people were indicating they lose projects at forums like this. By the time you know the Akogo, someone has made a stadium out of it. Because I looked one part which looked like a nice stadium, and my colleague here, Ajuda, was agreeing that could be in the east. So think about that. Yes, I think for now, let me stop.
Thank you for your presentations. I took some notes. My question goes to Koti. I think it's in your background. Where did the idea for you to tackle that issue come from? And then for me, it is a good example of how to link design to real life challenges. So just where did you get the motivation, I think, to go that direction? Then secondly, the scope. How did you, I think you mentioned a bit about it in methodology, but just take us through again the methodology. How did you, the sketches, and then how did you apply them? How did you, I think to sample what you designed? How did you use it on your population? Thank you.
There's a hand there.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank our presenters for the nice presentations they have made. I would like to begin with the last, was it the last or second last, Ageti? I just wanted to know whether you got a version of the Itesots and that mixture of the Akongo for the Itesots and
and the Congolese. And then secondly, I don't know whether this could be a supplement or something. You only mentioned some places where it has been used, like the cattle keepers, for courtship. But I don't know whether I didn't hear it properly. I didn't hear you mention about worship. Because actually when you look at it, when Christianity came, the most important instrument that was used for worship among the Christians, especially the Catholics, and up to now, they do use, is their Congo. So I'd expected that maybe you could have also designed something to do with the church, and maybe on top of it where there is a cross, at the sides, maybe it could be the Akogo, or at the sacristy. And then for, I think, Koti, the colors you're mentioning, those are bright colors. They are known as neon colors, if I'm not mistaken. Neon. But I also wanted to know how you'd have designed. For example, one of the things they say causes or is attached to autism is the diet. And using 3D design, how do you design a meal? Because these people, the autistic people, are very picky or choosy in what they want to eat, and partly it also infringes on their health. So I would want to see, how would you design a 3D meal so that these people, for the foods they don't like, so that it interests or attracts them to eat that food, which will also help them in their health, rather than the medication, which you said also, actually that is one of the ways of reducing medication, or giving them medication. And then I think one last person, I don't know whether it's Julius. The one who talked about where did I write it? The one who talked about the two girls, the two ladies, the two children. I was just interested in knowing Joshua, sorry, I don't know why I called him Julius. The girls Nyabuchurira and Nyabwangu. When you look at them, just when you have that impression, the one who was calm and patient was the older one. Yet the younger one was the one who was, having a lot of, I think energy and so on. I was thinking that there is always a way of ensuring that, it would have been that this young one would have at least learned, the first one would have been a role model for this one, so that she does not have that. But my question is, what would you explain the disparity, despite the fact that the first one would have been a role model to this one not to have such a character? Thank you, I submit.
Joan.
Thank you, presenters. My question is to Asete. From the visuals you presented, I pick those prototypes. So my question is, ever since we saw those prototypes, have you done the actual sizes, and to what extent are they scaled up? Have you tested them in the community? What feedback have you got? I thank you.
I think we have to come to an end, otherwise, so I allow those ones who have been given questions, then we get an opportunity to have each one of us talking about how their work is bridging the world, but also how it is shaping the futures. First, those ones who had some questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, the first question, why the colors? Why the texture? Like I said during the presentation, children with autism of course, they're hypersensitive to texture. Yeah, and I just wanted to correct you. It's not hypertension, it's hypersensitivity. Yes. And children they're hypersensitive to texture. So there is smooth texture, and then there is also rough texture. And then, unfortunately, if I had a bowl, I would give you an example, but I don't have. But if you go to the autism centers, and then you'll see them with some bowls that have
spikes.
Spikes. Thank you so much. They have spikes on them, so like the child is more pulled to to touch it. And when we come to crocheting, you realize that crocheting also has something that is it's not similar, it's not the same, but it has a texture that would pull a child to keep feeling it. Because some of them learn that way. Now, like where I am, the children, if you get a book, and you open, and then they put the word lion, but then of course lion has name. Thank you. And you'll see children touching it, and in the process they're learning as well. They're feeling, and then they're also learning. Touch and feel both. Yes. So crochet sculpture, I think, also addresses that. Where did I get the motivation? I've been working with them actually has actually motivated me to do this research to address their problem.
Thank you very much. If God called me back today, I would die a happy person, because my paper has raised a lot of questions. I want to thank Dr. Mutunji for curbing me a little, because I think we would be having 100 slides of work today. But he helped me stick to marriage to finish this in time. Professor's question, I want to answer it. Why is the Akogo music not playing? And my response is, please do not miss the exhibition, because it's already planned for. On intellectual property protection, Dr. Wycliffe becomes the third person to approach me on the same question of intellectual property protection for my work. And I am glad that this paper earned me what few people get, and that was a meeting with the Morimor, who is the cultural leader of the ITESO, who I met yesterday, and the same thing came from him. How do we safeguard this? And I'm going to take it up seriously. And I'm happy that the work is mine, and someone who tries to copy it will really struggle. My auntie or sister who asked about whether I have seen other versions of Akogo. They are in the paper, and in the master thesis, I uncovered a lot of them from Zimbabwe, from Zambia, some from Kenya, and then from the Congo, and that is DRC, and then the version from Uganda. Interestingly, the name Akogo never used to be called Akogo, but Akogo was a name that was given to the instruments by the youth who returned from the Madvani plantations after, actually they named it after the Congolese, And a person from Congo in my language is called Ekogot, which means someone from Congo. And so Akogo was like a name that was given as a tribute for the new style of playing the instrument that was learned from the Congolese. Other ceremonies where this thing is used, interestingly, it also used this even in harvest festivals, which it also celebrated until the insurgency. And it is still used in church. Actually, the Catholic Church, to be specific, followed by the Anglican Church, have remained as the custodians of these traditional musical instruments, even in Teso sub-region. And most of the respondents that I got were either members of the choir or they were leaders of the choir in the Catholic Church. Have I tested the prototypes? I have tried one. And the challenge that I have met is that it requires a lot of technology, especially CNC machines, to cut some of these elements in the material that I'm using. And I also realized that to address the element of portability and ease of installation, it has to be made in parts which will eventually be assembled on site. But I have, I would say, some significant experience in welding and fabrication, and I think this will not be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. My question came from Dr. Wycliffe, and he was asking where are we heading with these trends that are coming in. Of course, we can't stop the trends from coming in. They will have to keep coming. As we have seen in my presentation, where the bride used to cover the whole head, then they reveal the face, and then they reveal the head, and then the shoulders showing. But then I hope we don't go back to being naked. But as designers, as a designer, that's why I've come in, that even if the trends are coming in, we should not really give away our origin, our tradition. We can embrace the trends, but integrate them with our original designs. And then he was also saying, how far shall this hybrid design, or the designs that I'm coming up with, how far will they go? Of course, they are intended to go back to the community. And as I talk, this piece down there is already booked. And when I took it back to the participants, they were really happy, because the young ones, my participants, the brides-to-be, when I was talking with them, they were like, even those that have just wedded, they were like, they want to have something that talks about their identity, but then it's not on the market. And they were not so free to like go back into the past and take and use those original designs. So that's why I had to integrate this modern fabric, which they love, and then put the touch of the past designs or the traditional designs. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asked one question to explain the disparity between these contrasting characters. The young being impulsive, whereas the old one is the opposite. And I think the setup of this story is done in that particular way to exemplify the role of mentorship. Because mentorship is up-down. The experienced teach the less experienced. And growing up, we make a lot of errors from which we learn from. And our experiences give us a basis to mentor the young ones that are growing up or taking up our footsteps. And that's why there is that, the young one being hasty and then making rash decisions when the old one is just calm and diligent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, like I had said, each one of you, starting from this side, you tell us how your work is bridging the worlds and how it is shaping the sustainable futures. Just in one sentence.
Yeah. Thank you. My name is Twichiriz Alfred, and I'm working on teaching adaptability in an era of rapid technological change, reimagining pedagogy in art education in Uganda. The basic, the key words here are the adaptability and technological change, as well as pedagogy. I'm saying...
Those are too many. Just...
Sorry?
You have already said it in your title. Next.
Yeah. We need to diversify from the traditional based approach to a hybrid kind of approach. So that whereas we are used to the traditional methods, the traditional way of teaching across all levels of education. This time around, we should think far and see how we can integrate the two, the traditional as well as the contemporary. So that by so doing...
Yeah, just enough. Otherwise, you are taking us to the presentation again.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you, Professor.
one short expression about how your work is bridging the world and is under the kind of shaping our sustainable bridges. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Like my opening remarks, I talked about the aspect of globalization, and I talked about one fundamental aspect of it being cultural awareness. And this paper settles in that very aspect of cultural awareness, because without cultural awareness, we can't sell or have a hybrid of our local entities with the global entities that are being consumed. I want
now you are going into a conversation. Okay. Just state, yeah.
Thank you. Integrating traditional designs into contemporary designs is one way of bridging the past into the future, hence having a sustainable Banyankole bridal dress.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The discussion about Mujaguzo and how we are transforming cultural heritage and inspiring new modern rethinking ways in how we can blend traditional to the interior design. I think we'll continue to formulate ideas and also inform people about traditional heritage in different traditions, in this case Baganda, thus shaping sustainable futures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tradition and modernity are at war, and neither of them should die. And sculpture becomes a practical mediator between the two. Thank you.
Crochet sculpture helps, actually my project helps in inclusivity. How these children are able to learn at their own pace through these puppet sculptures at their own pace. And yeah, it bridges a gap. Oh, it actually helps in shaping sustainable futures for these children.
Thank you so much. Can we clap for the team? Yeah, I hand over the session to Patrick. Thank you. Back to the committee.
Thank you so much, panel chair, Prof, members, our international team, professors, panelists, paper presenters, exhibitors. You've done a great job. It's not my job to, or my part to close this this conference, this summit, but I really deeply thank you for everything you've done. The team on ground, you've done a great job. Thank you so much. Really treasured your presence and the effort, the dedication. And at this juncture, I'd like to call the convener, Dr. Mutunji Emma, come and give us a closing remark, and then declare the end of.
A little bit of housekeeping. For those ones who have submitted their full papers, we will not accept pictures from the net. I saw quite a number of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear participants. This has been a full packed days of very wonderful work, of sharing ideas, of networking, of learning new things, of adding a block to what we already have. We cannot take it for granted that what we have learned or what we have achieved would have achieved it if this Uganda Design Summit did not take place. I want to thank our international facilitators. I want to thank Professor Mugende, Professor Sahel, Dr. Caroline, Professor Liz Bachayo, who facilitated this conference from Sunday to date. I would request members to give them a round of applause. I also want to thank the university management that stood with us to make sure this conference was a success. Because all that we do, we have managed to do it because the university supported us morally, infrastructure-wise, and financial. In all way, the university has been. But also, important to note, is our own commitment. Because if we are not committed, maybe we will not have succeeded. Because we have people who have been here Sunday up today. That's a wonderful commitment. I want to ask to thank the committee, the organizing committee, led by the chair, Dr. Patrick Serunjoji, Professor Kwesiga, Dr. Kechumuri Joan. We had our technical hands-on people. Martha, Babazi, Rina, Oscar, Julia Kumu, Ani Twenchizibwechi, Rebecca, Job Dan. The number, there are actually many, but all of you have done a great job. this wouldn't have happened if it was not for the sleepless nights that you spent trying to put the things together. The meetings we had were also helped us to come to this. Of course, I want to recognize and thank our sponsors, the Murwana group of companies that supported us financially. We can't take it for granted. To have an industry identifying with you is a testimony that they appreciate what we are doing. So also want to thank them. I want to thank also other university departments, especially faculties that gave us money, the lecturers that attended, the staff, the faculty. They all did a good job. I want to thank the people who facilitated the sessions, because we took the panel way and we have people who chaired the sessions, both at the training before we came here and here. And among those, we have Professor Kwesiga, Dr. Maureen, Wycliffe Tusime, Dr. Wycliffe Tusime, who was chairing the Choto. Of course, Professor Mugendi was both way. We have Caroline, we have Sahil. Those facilitated different sections or parts or activities in this summit. There is the wonderful ICT also, chaired by Johnson. Even if they were thinking that we should have ranch array, so they decided to make the machines run mad, that we finished. But we did a good job. I want to tell you, last night I got a reprise from my other family who are not here. They were following the presentations. Yes, they were presenting the present. They are following the present. All that we are doing were right there. And you know how the words go. If one sees, then he says, I see what I do. The other says, see what I'm doing. Then eventually you all hear that our work was going across. There was the media. Those of you who watched UBC last night, it was running on live. They give us a lot of time. So there was the media which covered it. There is the UBC, there is the sister of UBC. What is the name? Yeah, so Star. Then on TV West, it was also there. So we thank the media also for making this. Yeah, one word I got today from the DVC F&A was the issue that we need to put up our game in advertising. They feel this is big, we must advertise it big. So we need to do a lot in terms of advertising this. I think management has seen that there is something that we can contribute. But I don't want to forget, lastly, the paper presenters. Because these papers are the backbone of what we are going to launch the next time. So when we launch the book, we use the papers. Some of the people who authored the papers are in this meeting, have presented papers again. So as Professor has said, let's go back, rework our papers in a very, very, very good way. We want to promise you that by the end of October, or in 2 weeks' time, Professor Kwesiga will give you a roadmap of submitting our updated versions. And then we start on the journey of publishing our second volume. The second volume will come out. And our target is, by the time we have another conference, 2 years, October 2027, we should be able to have another book out. And if we follow that, then we are doing a good progress. Once again, I want to thank our international facilitators for the job well done. But I don't also think that Ugandans will have been bad. If we are bad, put up your hand. They all say we are good. So, thank you. When we call on you, please come. If you call us, we shall come. But if we don't reach your level of expertise, don't mind. It's a learning journey. With that, with those words, I want to wish everybody a safe travel if we are going back, and to keep connected, to keep talking with our friends, our colleagues that we have found, so that we can continue bridging the world, and we shape sustainable futures for us and the generation to come. And with that, I declare Summit 2025 closed. The rest, I think, Patrick takes us.
I think it's time for lunch. We are going to start with those who have coupons. I would like Oscar to go and inform the exhibitors also to come, and we have maybe we can have a photo before we go. Prof, can you have a picture for all of us who have been in this conference behind this backdrop before we go? A picture here. We need a picture here. Before all of us who are here, we come and have a picture. I want the